Hello, hello, hello. How are you guys doing? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. I think we've got, what is it? Close to, yeah, over 1,000 people watching. So that's great. I have something very special to show you in a second. I'm so excited about this. I'm really excited. I'm waiting for this one. I've been waiting for this. First things first, guys. Tell me where you're tuning in from. Tell me where you're watching from. And I'll read out your cities, your countries. It's great. It's great seeing how international you guys are and the audience is. Look at it. It's exploded. I saw Dubai, Chile, Germany, New York City, California, Boston, Michigan, Florida, Morocco, Gaza. Shout out to Gaza. Ireland, Washington. It's too fast. I can't read it. Wow. Paraguay, Iran, Russia, Jamaica, Italy. This is insane. This is insane. You know, I think it's easier to count the countries where nobody's watching from. The list will probably be shorter. Wow, that's amazing. Brilliant, brilliant. It's great to see you guys. Look, they keep going. Somalia, Brazil, Manila, Portugal, Saudi Arabia, Croatia. That's great. I love you guys, and shout out to each and every one of you and the places you're tuning in from. I see we've got about 1,500 people watching, but we only have 900 likes. So please, guys, make sure you've hit the like button. It's very important because it helps the channel not only to grow, but to fight the algorithm. Sometimes they don't like the things we're talking about. But in any case, I have a special announcement. I have something special to show you guys. Look what I got in the mail. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Here it is. This is it. This is what we've all been waiting for. This is what we've all been waiting for. Let me try and open this. Oh, boy. All right, hold on. Give me a moment. It's my first award. Okay, here we go. I'll move this aside. Wow, wow, wow. What do we have here? Oh, wow. Look how fancy this is. I've got something from the CEO of YouTube. From Susan. You'll have to forgive me. I'm going to butcher her name. I'm just going to say Susan as if we know each other, right? Like on a personal basis. Some 100,000 subscribers. Just how far have you come? If each of your subscribers were a light year, they could take you from one side of the Milky Way to the other. That's far. And it's why today we're so excited to celebrate your special YouTube journey with you. Not only have you brought a unique voice and style to the world, you've also created valuable connections and built a community along the way. Facts. Look at the community. Just look at the chat. And you know that's a brilliant community. Congratulations on this amazing milestone. Just one of many that we hope will follow in the future. After all, there are countless others out there who have yet to discover your passion and dedication. Whether they come to your channel to learn something new or just for a laugh, a whole new audience is waiting for you to inspire them, just as your growing community continues to inspire you. True. We can't wait to see what you do next, and we'll be with you every step of the way. Yours sincerely, Susan, the CEO of YouTube. That's really great. That's really lovely. What do we have here? Wow. Here it is, guys. It's too shiny. That is brilliant, right? So it says, presented to Richard Medhurst for passing 100,000 subscribers. Yay! Here we go, guys. Thank you. Thank each and every one of you for subscribing. This is a brilliant moment. It's great. I think really this is great for as anyone who's on YouTube, but especially when you're doing politics. There's a lot of people who don't like you, man. But I'm happy to have you guys, and that's the most important thing at the end of the day. You know, for every troll, there's 100 more who enjoy the work and who are committed and who are very, very nice. Look, I can't even read the chat. There's so many kind messages. Thank each and every one of you. You're so kind, really. This is brilliant. And now I'm going to have to ask you guys where to put it, because you can see the background behind me. So I'm going to have to get you guys to tell me where to put this exactly. That's brilliant. Thank you guys so much. Really, I'm humbled. What else can I say? I'm humbled. This is brilliant. Wow. We're like 30,000. No, not 30,000. 43,000 subscribers a few weeks ago, and everything's just exploded. And it's really good to be vindicated, because there's a lot of stuff that I cover, and I'm excited for you guys to see. And look at me, I'm like putting it back in the bag. I'm like so careful with it. No, this is great. This is really great. I'm so grateful, and I know I'm rambling a bit. We've got a lot to cover, so don't worry. But I'm just going to put this back inside here for a moment. Wow, that's great. Okay, let me just put this back. Thank you to Susan again for your kind letter. Did she actually sign that? It looks like she really did. Let me just put this away. Hold on. Okay. Okay, great. Now look, guys. I don't usually drink, but I couldn't do this without some champagne. And by the way, I know that Claudia bought champagne as well. So Claudia's been helping out on the channel for a long time. She's got champagne with her as well. She sent me a picture earlier. So I hope I'm gonna open this correctly without spilling everything everywhere. Let's try our best. Thank you, Jessica. Cheers to you as well. Hold on, let me try my best. Thank you, Florian. You're very kind. I appreciate your messages. All right, let's go. This is, I'm going to pretend I know anything about champagne. I can speak French, so it sounds fancy. C'est du Moët et Chandon Impérial. Voilà. All right, hold on. Let's aim this away from the camera. That's a good start, right? And we don't want to shake it too much. I know you guys want the pop, but I'm not doing the pop in here. Outside the studio, fine, but not in here. Oh, there we go. It didn't go everywhere. I did it. All right, guys, that's great. I haven't opened one of these in a couple of years, so, you know. Lovely. I think usually it's you're not supposed to fill it up all the way, but we're gonna do things differently. Anyway, cheers to you guys. Thank you so much for your continued support. I'm not gonna make a whole speech. I'm just gonna say thank you, and I couldn't do this without you. And here's to 100,000 subscribers, and God willing, 1 million more. Cheers. It's pretty good, honestly. All right. You know, whenever we go live, I always tell you guys to give me a minute before this, because the subjects we cover are so depressing. You know, that's basically the nature of the news. So I like to ease into it. I think this was a proper easing into. Oh, that's great. Wow. Don't mind me. I'm just going to finish this off. All right. Let's go, guys. We've got a lot of things to cover, as you can imagine. And and we're going to start with... Well, I really don't know what to start with. I never have a plan. I kind of just go live, and then we just get down to business. Let's start with the top news story at the moment. I know, obviously, I've put the gas thing in the title, but the top news story in the last 24 hours, obviously, that's been about Elon Musk. So let me get through that. And I know I'm teasing you because you've come here perhaps for the gas thing, but this is relevant. Well, everything I cover is relevant and connected. So let's begin, shall we? Elon Musk, the billionaire, he's bought Twitter. So you guys remember during the last 2 weeks, he tried what's called a hostile takeover. He offered them, it was $54.2 a share. So we're talking well over $40 billion dollars, and they tried this poison pill approach. They tried to block him from buying it, and then, you know, one way or another, they did end up taking his offer. And Twitter, of course, is a social media a website. It's you know, like Facebook. I know most of you know this, but I'm going to explain it anyway. Twitter is where all the politics happens, right? All the breaking news, and so it is quite significant. You will find official accounts of every government on there. And it's been referred to as the public town square. And so a lot of people didn't want Elon Musk to buy it because they said that his aim to make Twitter a free speech platform is a threat to democracy. Okay? Let me read you Elon Musk's statement and what he said yesterday. And then I'll explain everything to you. We'll go through the nitty-gritty. So he said that free speech is the bedrock of a functioning democracy, and Twitter is the digital town square where matters vital to the future of humanity are debated. I also want to make Twitter better than ever by enhancing the product with new features, making the algorithms open source to increase trust, defeating the spam bots, and authenticating all humans. That's a good one. Authenticating all humans. Twitter has tremendous potential. I look forward to working with the company and the community of users to unlock it. So I'm honestly curious, what does that mean, authenticate all humans? Some people are worried that means that you have to hand over your ID. I know on YouTube, for example, again, I'm speculating, but
tonight,
I know on YouTube
the world's richest man, Elon Musk, is set to...
They age restrict some videos, so you have to sign in to watch the video. And people call it a form of censorship because you have to you have to sign in and then give your ID. So some people are worried, is that what he means? This is what he said as well. He said, I hope that even my worst critics remain on Twitter because that is what free speech means. And look at Elon Musk. He's got about, 85 million followers. So he's one of the most followed people on the platform, and now he owns it. So, you know, last week he went from having a 9% stake in the company to just buying them out. And there are 11 members on the Twitter board, including Jack Dorsey, who's the founder of Twitter. And a lot of people are angry. A lot of people, especially neoliberals, are very, very angry at this development because they are afraid that Elon Musk buying Twitter and making it a free speech platform will mean that they can no longer censor people they don't like. Because right now on Twitter, for example, one way of censoring is going to, let's say, an Iranian news outlet or a Russian news outlet or a Chinese news outlet, and then slapping them with this label that says China state-affiliated media. And it's not just the outlets. They've even done that to George Galloway, right? Again, I don't know how many of you are from the UK, but just so you understand what I'm talking about, George Galloway has, you know, he was a member of parliament for well over 30 years. He's extremely famous. And he's done many things in his life. And to go and slap his Twitter account with this state-affiliated, Russia state-affiliated media label, it's a form of censorship. It's like stigmatizing someone, saying, oh, you see this guy? He's controlled. He's compromised. The Russians are running his account. It's obscene. But this is what I'm talking about. This is one form. Another form of censorship, for example, was just before Joe Biden was elected as US president in the 2020 elections. In the weeks before the election, there was a story that came out in the New York Post that contained files from his son's laptop, from Hunter Biden's laptop. And this was, of course, extremely embarrassing and extremely damning because of, many reasons. I don't think it's okay to make fun of him. That people have posted his pictures that say, oh, he's smoking crack. This is irrelevant, and that's his personal thing. But the political fallout from this is big, because it turns out, for example, he used his dad at the time Joe Biden was vice president under Obama. He used his dad's connection as vice president to score lucrative business deals in Ukraine, in China, and that's corruption. So that's why it was important, right? And you know what happened? Twitter blocked the New York Post from using their Twitter account because of this article. So very clearly you have a social media company like Twitter, and it wasn't just Twitter, Facebook as well, blocking a news outlet from publishing a story that was damning to Joe Biden, the Democratic candidate. And so this is obviously very politically biased. It's unfair. And it goes against everything the Americans, in the West talk about: free speech and democracy and freedom of the press. So this is what Elon Musk, this is one of the things that Elon Musk, people think, at least. Again, I have no clue if he's actually going to come through on this. Let me be very clear. I'm neither a supporter of Musk's, when I'm talking about this Twitter buy, I'm neither a supporter or someone who's condemning him. I'm waiting to see. Now, when it comes to Bolivia, I'll get to Bolivia in a second. But my point is that I don't know what he's going to do. But the idea that he could stop Democrats from censoring stories they don't like the Hunter Biden story, this is what has them outraged. They're losing it. I'm going to show you in a second. I'm not joking. I just want to go through the mechanics of how he bought it and what he bought it for, okay? So this is from the New York Times. They say Elon Musk, the chief executive of Tesla, as you know, Tesla makes the electronic battery-powered cars, is now bringing one more company under his belt, Twitter. And although he's the world's richest man, he doesn't have $40 billion plus in cash sitting around to buy the company. So this is how he'll pay for it. So he will pay for Twitter with $13 billion in debt from a group of banks, $12.5 billion in loans with Tesla stock as collateral, and $21 billion in cash. Where do you get $21 billion in cash? I'd love to know this. In any case, the $13 billion in debt from banks will be led by Morgan Stanley, okay? And Twitter currently has about $5 billion in debt, so that will be accrued as well, and that will increase their debt as a company. And then the $12.5 billion in personal loans, that will come from a dozen banks, which require him to pledge a big chunk of shares to ensure that they are repaid if Tesla's value falls. Now, again, for those of you who don't know, Tesla is a car manufacturer that was created and is owned by Elon Musk, and they make electronic battery-powered vehicles, right? They don't run on fuel. And he has to use the stock from that company, which is a very successful company, as collateral in order to buy Twitter. And I just want to show you this headline from the Washington Post. They said that Tesla's value has dropped on Tuesday by more than double the cost of Twitter. Now, that might sound actually quite dramatic, but if you just read the next couple of lines, they say that Elon Musk's purchase of Twitter led to a more than $100 billion hit to Tesla stock Tuesday, driving down his fortune. Now, Tesla stock dropped more than 12%. So that $100 billion was just 12% of the value. Okay, so it's a company that used to be valued at over $1 trillion. So it sounds like bigger than it is, but of course that's, for someone who's not a billionaire, that is a lot of money, nevertheless. But I just want to go back to how he's bought the outlet, if I may, and he's had to use $60 billion of Tesla stock as collateral. Okay, now the other part of the money is $21 billion in cash. Again, we don't know how that's going to come, but that's the deal. Now, people are asking, how is Twitter going to change? Well, I mentioned one of the things that it might change in terms of free speech. Elon Musk said that if our Twitter bid succeeds, meaning that if he buys Twitter, we will defeat the spam bots or die trying and authenticate all real humans. Now, on Twitter, just as many other websites and social media sites, you have a lot of things called spam bots. It's not a real human typing the comments. It's just they're there to post malicious things. It could be links to malware. I'm not going to go through the whole variety of spam bots, but his point is that we're going to authenticate all humans. What people are asking, what does that mean? Are they going to all have a blue check mark, which is sort of a coveted thing on Twitter? It's only given to government officials, journalists, actors, so on. Or does it mean that you're going to have to give your passport now to use Twitter? People are asking these questions underneath. They say, how do you plan to authenticate humans? the current mobile phone system is very crap, and I don't feel comfortable giving my ID to Twitter. Any thoughts? So again, I think this is a reasonable question because we don't know what he means. I just want to show you a couple of clips from the reaction to his buying of Twitter. Right? Some people were asking, is Trump going to come back? So you guys remember former US President Donald Trump, he was kicked off Twitter and Facebook, and you know, he was basically called deplatformed. Deplatformed is when they ban you from all the major social media sites. They remove your podium, essentially. They kicked Trump off of Twitter after the January 6th insurrection, as it's called. And they said that he incited violence, which is funny to me because they didn't ban Trump when he was threatening to bomb Iran's cultural sites, which is a war crime. You know, I love that, right? You can threaten to bomb countries, but we're not going to tolerate an insurrection. Anyway, they removed him, and people are asking, is Trump coming back to Twitter? Because he also had a lot of followers. Now, here's what Trump said. Trump said he won't. He was talking to Fox News. He says, let's scroll down here. Trump says he won't return to Twitter, even if his account is reinstated after the Elon Musk takeover. And he said that Elon Musk is a great man. He called him a good man. And he said that he won't be coming back because he wants to use his own social media platform, right? Trump told Fox News that he will formally join his own Truth Social startup over the next 7 days as planned. So Donald Trump has gone and created his own social media app. And I can't help but laugh at the name. It sounds something like this evangelical Christian stuff from the US, Truth Social. In any case, he said, quote, "I am not going on Twitter. I'm going to stay on Truth." Trump told Fox News, "I hope Elon buys Twitter because he'll make improvements to it and he is a good man, but I'm going to be staying on Truth." Again, this is just what Trump's saying. Trump says a lot of things. It could very well end up that he does come back to Twitter. Who knows? Now, let me just show you some of the reaction, the visceral reaction of liberals and Democrats who are really furious. They're outraged. They're fuming at the prospect of Elon Musk buying Twitter because they feel that his idea of free speech is a threat to democracy. Now, they say things that when you hear them at face value, you might agree with, right? They say things like, well, this is going to allow hate speech and then the platform will run out of control. Yeah, that, you know, people are against that, obviously, because you don't want hate speech. You know, people that are saying racist things, that's wrong. People that are making threats, that's wrong. But that's not what they really mean. They're lying when they say that. Their real primary concern is disinformation, what they like to call disinformation. And for Democrats and neoliberals in the West, in the United States, in Europe, disinformation means anything they don't agree with, even if it's the truth. Even if it's the truth. And how do I know this? Because the Hunter Biden story, for example, you had 40 plus US intelligence officials signing a letter insisting that this story about Hunter Biden's laptop, Joe Biden's son, was Russian disinformation. And then just a few weeks ago, the New York Times authenticates this story and says that this was real. The laptop was real. The contents of the laptop were real. So that shows you how the Democratic Party and the intelligence agencies and intelligence officials and the media are working together to bury stories they don't like by labeling them Russian disinformation or Chinese disinformation, whatever you want. This is a form of censorship, right? It's part of this whole Red Scare 3.0, this revival of McCarthyism from the 1950s where, you know, somebody you don't like, just accuse them of working for the Russians, just accuse them of being a communist and you can ruin their whole life and ruin their career and so on. And they're afraid that if Elon Musk takes over the platform, they can't do that anymore. Because up until now, they've been able to pressure these social media companies like Facebook, like Twitter, like Instagram, to bury stories they don't like, to label foreign news outlets that are adversarial to Western foreign policy, for example, like CGTN or Press TV or RT, as threats and as centers of disinformation and labeling them so you put people off. Because when somebody's browsing Twitter or Facebook and they see, oh, this page is Russian state-affiliated media, or this person, because now they're putting it on people's personal profiles, not just outlets, you're going to be put off because you'll think, well, this guy's a state actor. And of course, this is ridiculous because, again, don't take my word for it. Go ask the people, including George Galloway, who had their shows on RT and Sputnik. They have complete editorial control. No one has ever asked them to say anything pro-Russia or force them to say anything pro-Russia or to support Russia. And on the flip side, CNN and the BBC and Fox News and all these big outlets in the West that are corporate funded or state funded, they don't get any labels. You tell me who lied, who has spread more lies and disinformation than those media outlets? No one. You know, RT couldn't even dream to compete with the level of lies that the BBC puts out. And you know this is true, but they won't get any labels, right? Now, let me show you some of the visceral reactions. So you have random people saying, I will go off Twitter when that deal goes through, meaning when Musk buys Twitter. Over here, you have, this is from Jamila saying, he got Twitter. I would like this to be my last tweet. I fear this free speech bid is going to help this hell platform reach its final form of totally lawless hate, bigotry, and misogyny. Best of luck. And then over here, you have, look at the hypocrisy, right? Look at Robert Reich, who's used to work in the Obama administration. In July 2021, he said that Trump is suing Facebook, Twitter, and Google for violating his First Amendment rights, meaning his right to free speech, by keeping him off their platforms. Someone should remind him that they are private companies to which the First Amendment doesn't apply. So again, that's what he said in July 2021. And what is he saying now when Musk is buying the platform? Now he's saying that Musk and his apologists say if consumers don't like what he does with Twitter, they can go elsewhere. But where else would consumers go to post short messages that can reach millions of people other than Twitter? The free market increasingly reflects the demands of big money. So just to translate what this guy is saying, this guy, Robert Reich, who used to work for Obama, he's a hypocrite. When Trump was banned from Twitter, which he approves of, which he likes, he said, well, Trump can just go elsewhere, you know? Twitter is a private company. They can do what they like. And now when Elon Musk is buying Twitter, he says, where are we going to go? That's very convenient. That's very convenient. And I want to show you a clip from The View. I know this is viewer abuse, no pun intended. But let's look at what The View are saying. Oh, boy.
In fact, on Twitter, it is predominantly straight white men. So when Elon Musk says, wow, this is about free speech, it seems to me that it's about free speech of straight white men. And so let them have it. Let them just go at it. I enjoy the block button on Twitter. I think it has a real outsized influence in our world because politicians and celebrities are on it. And in fact, on Twitter,
so they're basically saying that, you know, this is, it's going to become an app for white men. I understand part of that, but again, I'm telling you as someone who's half British and half Syrian, the people that are getting blocked and censored and punished the most on social media and in the West in general are Palestinian voices. You're going to come and tell me that Palestinians are white supremacists? You're going to tell me that people criticizing Israel are white supremacists? People criticizing Western foreign policy, they're white supremacists? Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. She's right to a certain extent, but the real targets of this censorship are foreign outlets, foreign journalists, or adversarial outlets and journalists. You could be from the United States, right? You could be in the United States, born and bred, and if you criticize the government, they're going to come on you like they're going to come down on you like a ton of bricks. Let me show you something else. This is from, I mean, everybody's pitching in right now. Everybody, right? You have the former UK Foreign Secretary, William Hague. Look what he's saying. What he would change about Twitter to defend democracy. Right now they're concerned with democracy. That's funny.
Social media is a disaster for democracy.
Oh.
And we would be much better off if the whole lot could be shut down.
Oh, William.
I know that there are many benefits to it, but it could be organized in a different way if it can't be shut down. At the moment, the uninformed, ignorant, instant opinion is ranked equally alongside a considered opinion or
God, I can't even listen to him. I'm sorry, I can't listen to this guy. He's so terrible. I apologize. I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing any more of that. Here's what CNN are saying. I just want to show you a little bit this, so you get kind of a taste, you get kind of an idea of what's going on, of what the outrage from these liberals looks like.
Look, who knows? I think that's an example of a broader question for Twitter, which is, if you get invited to something where there are no rules, where there is total freedom for everybody, do you actually want to go to that party? Or are you going to decide to stay home? And that's a question for Twitter users. Some Twitter users might love the idea that there's going to be absolutely no moderation and no rules at all. Others might not want to be anywhere near that. Am I crazy, Matt?
No, you're right. And what happens to the advertising? I mean, if there's no moderation or little moderation, do the advertisers stay away? What does that do to the business prospects for Twitter itself?
I think that's very much look, who knows? I think that.
Yeah, of course. And that's what happened with YouTube, right? That's why when I dare to upload a video on YouTube and I put the country that I was born in, Syria, in the title, or Palestine or Iran, they suddenly limit the monetization. It's not about the money, it's the principle, right? Because they don't just take away the money in part. They also don't recommend the video. They treat it badly in terms of the algorithm. So that started because advertisers, they want to stay away from, extremist content. The problem is that extremism in the West, and in their definition, is anybody who disagrees with them. That's what disinformation and extremism is for them, right? So take a look at this as well. This is also another tweet over here from Howard Dean. Okay, so look what he said. He's actually left Twitter, by the way. I've checked, and he's actually left it. Right. This is the result. He's gone off of Twitter. It says this account doesn't exist anymore. And what he said before is that, hi, Twitterverse, many thanks for the knowledge sharing over the past 10 years. If Musk takes over Twitter, I will be off within a few hours. Might be just as well for my well-being, but I've learned a lot of valuable stuff from you. So, very interesting, right? Again, when we're talking about Howard Dean, he's an American politician. He was governor of Vermont. And it's just another part of this whole dogma that, okay, we're going to boycott this because it doesn't fit our needs. And that's funny because they talk about democracy, but, democracy doesn't apply to people who disagree with them. Now, let me give you my opinion. I've shown you what people are saying. I've shown you what's happened and what people's reactions are. I'll give you my opinion, okay? For me, the real test whether Elon Musk is being truthful and he really believes and will come through on this promise about free speech is whether they stop censoring Palestinian voices, critics of Israel, critics of the UK and the United States foreign policy, critics of Wall Street, critics of the CIA. This is the real test. That's the real test. It's not, oh, can Donald Trump come back on the platform? Donald Trump was the US president. As much as they don't like him, he, at the end of the day, did he do Israel's bidding? Did he give them the Golan Heights? It's not his to give, but, he recognized, he changed the US position. Did he do the Abraham Accords? Yes, he did. Did he indict Julian Assange? Yes, he did. Did he assassinate General Soleimani? Yes, he did. Did he sanction Venezuela and Syria and Iran? Yes, he did. Did he leave the nuclear deal? Yes, he did. So as much as they don't like him, he is, at the end of the day, the establishment. He's Donald Trump. He's not only a billionaire, he was the goddamn US president. You can't be the US president and not be from their club in one aspect of it or another. Okay? Again, this is infighting. It's bickering between Trump and liberals. But at the end of the day, for the globe, for the world, there's no difference. And so the idea that if Trump can come back on the platform, oh, that's it, free speech is restored. You are kidding. You're joking. You are absolutely joking. The real test is going to be whether marginalized voices, I mean really marginalized voices, Palestinians, the resistance axis, people who are anti-imperialist, who are anti-Wall Street, anti-CIA, then we will know whether Musk means business or not. Now, I'll just tell you one more thing. I'm just telling you what other people are saying, and you can make up your own mind. A lot of people are thinking that, well, at the end of the day, Elon Musk is also the establishment because he's a billionaire. He's an oligarch. he's literally the richest man on the planet. And more importantly, if you look at his business dealings, he works with the Pentagon, right? So his company, again, for those of you who don't know who he is, let me just summarize. He worked on PayPal, which is a payment system, payment company, Tesla, which makes cars, SpaceX, which is a space exploration and rocket company. So SpaceX, it started out as a private company, but it's so successful and so good. Like we have to admit, the technology is brilliant. They're working now with NASA and with the Pentagon. So I just want to show you one thing, for example. This is from Business Insider. It says that the US military and Elon Musk are planning a 7,500 mile per hour rocket that can deliver weapons anywhere in the world in an hour. And this was published in October 2020. And again, this is just one of the ways, one of the aspects in which Elon Musk deals with the establishment, right? And makes money from it. Now, of course, Jeff Bezos, who owns Amazon, he uses he has Amazon Cloud Services. They provide web hosting and other services online, and he's written up contracts with the CIA. So at the end of the day, these guys, as much as people want to celebrate them and laud them, they are working and they do have business dealings with the military-industrial complex and the intelligence agencies. The other aspect is the coup in Bolivia in 2019. Right, so in late 2019, Evo Morales, who used to be the president of Bolivia, the first indigenous president, was removed in a right-wing, in a fascist coup that was backed by the United States. And there was a widespread belief that the reason they got rid of him is because this is why they get rid of all the other leaders in the global south, like Mossadegh in Iran or Guatemala in ¡54. They always coup leaders in the global south who nationalize their natural resources. So Iran nationalized its oil in 1951. In 1953, the CIA and the MI6, so the Americans and the British, they couped the Iranian prime minister and they installed a puppet because they want the oil. And so the belief in 2019 was that they got rid of Evo Morales, the Bolivian president, so they could get lithium. Bolivia, correct me if I'm wrong, has one of the largest, if not the largest, reserves of lithium on the planet. And you need lithium to make batteries. Who needs batteries? Elon Musk, for his car company, for Tesla, because it's battery powered, no fuel. And do you know what Elon Musk did on Twitter? He actually went on Twitter. And again, I don't know if we don't know if he's joking, if he's actually being serious, but he said in response to this allegation, he said that we will coup whoever we want. We will coup whoever we want. Again, let me just look that up for you. I think he deleted it, but we can still see it. And of course, the person who took Morales' place was Jeanine Áñez, and now she's on trial because of the coup. Because what happened is they got rid of Morales. This right-wing fascist takeover was backed by the US. They were in power for about a year, and then Bolivia had elections. They were postponed once, I think, and then the socialists came back into power, and then they brought the people who organized the coup, among them Jeanine Áñez, who was the interim president. They're trying her right now. And here's the tweet from Elon Musk in 2020, so just a few months after the coup. And somebody said, what wasn't in the best interest of people? The United States government organizing a coup against Evo Morales in Bolivia so you could obtain the lithium there. And then Elon Musk says, we will coup whoever we want, deal with it. Now, again, he could be just joking. It's not a very good joke, honestly. I mean, especially if you understand what these Western coups do to the local populace. And, people live under decades of repression. I'm not going to go through the whole laundry list. It's too long. Let me show you Evo Morales. So the Bolivian president, the former Bolivian president who was ousted, he reads Elon Musk's tweet. Let's take a look at what he has to say.
El dueño de la industria de carros eléctricos llamado Tesla es desde el 24 de julio de ese año. Seguramente muchos están informados, pero para las hermanas y hermanos que no están informados, ¿qué dice? Dueño de empresas de autos eléctricos confiesa haber participado en el golpe. Una conversación, la red social Twitter, el dueño de la empresa de autos eléctricos Tesla de Estados Unidos, Elon Musk, entró en internet ustedes, ahora mismo para verificar. Se delató dijo haber participado en el golpe de Estado en Bolivia, noviembre de 2019, con el objetivo de apropiarse del litio. Le preguntan, ¿sabe que no era lo mejor para la gente? El gobierno de los Estados Unidos organizando un golpe de Estado contra Evo Morales en Bolivia para obtener el litio de allí. La respuesta, nosotros vamos a realizar golpes donde queramos, lidien con eso. Atrevido, prepotente, va a hacer golpes, todo por los recursos naturales, aquí todo por el litio. Pueden seguir leyendo, hermanas y hermanos, la nota de prensa. La respuesta del magnate revela que la fábrica de automóviles eléctricos de Estados Unidos financió a los promotores del golpe de Estado en Bolivia, entre ellos Carlos de Mesa, Luis Fernando Camacho, Márquez Pumari, a los periodistas.
So you get the point. You get the point. It might be a joke for some people. It's not a joke for Bolivians. In any case, other people have raised the notion that Elon Musk, you know, as a billionaire, the owner or let's say the founder at least of Tesla and SpaceX and so on, you know, he's constantly engaging in business with the United States government. And as a result, if he wants to continue getting these, you know, lucrative business deals, or as some people like to call it, government cheese, he has to keep playing ball. So there are people who are worried, even if Elon Musk means well, like you know, let's give him the benefit of the doubt, for example. Even if you want to give him the benefit of the doubt and he's an angel and he really, really wants free speech, including for marginalized voices like Palestinians, how much is the government going to let him do? Because believe it or not, there are a lot of people in the West, in Washington, D.C., in Whitehall, who don't like the idea of foreign outlets or adversarial outlets. It has nothing to do with where you're from. It's what you're saying, right? People who are adversarial to Wall Street, to the CIA, they don't want those people to have an equal footing and to have a voice. And so we've seen in the last decade, in the explosion of social media, how it's been used. Again, it's a great tool. Like, don't get me wrong. The internet is a beautiful tool. Social media is an amazing thing. But it's also been manipulated and used by the US government, by the State Department to, you know, encourage coups, to attack foreign countries, to silence adversarial voices. And so you have to take that into consideration and think, okay, how much can Elon Musk do? And I know some people say, well, that's just an argument that his fanboys will make. I don't care about Musk. I'm just saying that that's what other people are suggesting, that even if he supposedly means well, how much can he actually accomplish, given that the US government has such a vested interest in maintaining control over social media, over big tech. In any case, I think the wise thing to do is to hold him to his word and see what he does, right? So for me, I told you what the litmus test is. I really don't care about Trump. I really don't care what platform he's on. For me, the test is whether they remove these state media labels on George Galloway. And look, for me, it's like if you're going to put a state media label on a Russian outlet, and even the people that are working there with full editorial control, how come you don't put a label on the BBC? The BBC is state-funded. They claim it has an independent editorial board. It's not independent. You can't fool me. I grew up seeing the lies about the Iraq War. You're never fooling me. Never. Outlets like CNN are owned by corporations, the same corporations who own the legislators. Why don't you put corporate-funded media on CNN or state-funded media on the BBC? You see, it's very unbiased. You either give it to everybody or don't put it on anyone. But it is biased, it is unfair, and for me, that's something that I'm going to be looking out for. And I think that we should just wait and see what happens. Because if he means well, great. Hopefully everything gets a little better. I'm not hopeful. I'm not going to hold out much hope. And if he doesn't, well, I guess things will just stay the same. And just as just a closing remark, I want to play you this clip from MSNBC. This is going to make you laugh. Just look at the lack of self-awareness.
If you own all of Twitter or Facebook or what have you, you don't have to explain yourself. You don't even have to be transparent. You could secretly ban one party's candidate or all of its candidates, all of its nominees, or you could just secretly turn down the reach of their stuff and turn up the reach of something else, and the rest of us might not even find out about it till after the election. Elon Musk says this is all to help people because he is just a free speech.
He just described every single thing the Democratic Party and their allies have done. I told you about the Hunter Biden laptop story. Do you remember how Joe Biden's administration, again, this is not social media, but it's on the internet. Do you know how Joe Biden's administration last year, they used Donald Trump's sanctions on Iran to take away Press TV's website? Its website. They took away 30 different foreign outlets in the Middle East. They just stole their websites, so they're inaccessible worldwide. Really democratic, right? Wow, freedom of speech. Yeah, you have to vote for Biden. It's a vote against fascism. Wow. So, you know, at the end of the day, everything the people in DC, whether it's liberals or it's neoconservatives, whatever they accuse others of, it's usually projection. It's usually projection. And something else that I wanted to show you, which is quite funny. You're seeing some interesting smears coming out now against Musk. And again, I don't particularly, it's not about defending him. I'm just trying to show you the tactics, the smear tactics they use. I saw this, for example, where they're saying that Elon Musk has a Tesla factory in China, so where he makes his cars, right? Elon Musk has a Tesla factory in China, and he wants to sell more cars there, as many China observers note. What happens if Beijing leans on him about, say, a Uyghur or a Hong Kong activist account, or about Chinese disinformation bots leveraging this platform? So, just to translate what this person is saying into layman's terms, this person is basically saying that China could put pressure on Elon Musk to allow the Chinese government to use Twitter to their advantage. So this is like within a few hours after he bought Twitter, they're already basically accusing him of being compromised by a foreign official enemy, which is basically China, Syria, Iran, and so on. And even Jeff Bezos, who owns Amazon and the Washington Post, right? He also said something similar. He basically said that, Elon Musk has a lot of vested interest in China. Could the Chinese put pressure on him? And so on and so on. Honestly, this is hilarious to me. You have people who work at outlets like CNN, like the Washington Post, who are literally owned and run by billionaires and by corporations who have a vested interest, a profit incentive in selling you whatever makes them money, not the truth. And then they have the gall to sit there and talk about the danger to democracy of Elon Musk buying Twitter because he's a billionaire. You literally work at the Washington Post. Your outlet is owned by a billionaire. And now you're suddenly scared about billionaires. You're suddenly scared about outlets or let's say platforms and social media sites being used to lie. Oh my goodness. This lack of self-awareness is bloody astounding. It's honestly incredible. They actually publish this. Like, they run it by editors and they say, yes, this is good, put this out there. Like, no self-awareness whatsoever. You know why they're complaining? They're not complaining because they're worried about billionaires owning the media. Billionaires already own the media and have owned the media for decades. And billionaires already own all the social media sites. You think Mark Zuckerberg is a coal mine worker or a teacher? The guy's a stinking billionaire. He's stinking rich, right? Same thing for all the other social media sites. They're already owned by billionaires. The only reason these people are concerned about Musk buying Twitter is because he doesn't have the right politics. He doesn't have the same politics as them, and they feel threatened that he's going to take away their power to censor, dissent, to silence anyone that they don't like, anyone who disagrees with them. And again, for me, I don't hold out any hope. For me, the test is going to be whether you can see Palestinian voices, Arab voices, voices from the global south, voices in the West, in America, in Europe, who can criticize the CIA, criticize Wall Street, criticize big tech. When those people, when those voices are put on an equal footing, then we will know that Elon Musk came through on his promise for free speech. Or at least we'll have a semblance of something like that, right? But again, I'm not holding out any hope. We'll see what happens. It's great to have you guys. We've got about 4,000 people watching. I'm just going to have a tiny bit more of champagne to celebrate the 100,000 subscribers. If you're new here, thank you very much for subscribing. Again, we don't want to go too much. I have no tolerance for alcohol, so I have to go easy. There we go. I think that's about enough. No, it's really humbling to get the plaque, the YouTube award, and I'm so grateful it's really great. Thank you. And cheers to you guys. Cheers to 100,000 and God willing, 1 million more. So let me continue with the, I see you guys are saying Nazdrovia. That's in Russian, right? Nazdrovia? Okay, so let me continue with the segments. We have a lot to cover, a lot of ground to go through. And if I should say, of course, cheers to Claudia, because Claudia has been helping, and she also got some champagne. So cheers to her. Let me get to the main news story that you see in the title about Russia cutting the gas. Just give me one moment, because Claudia's very kind. She translated one of the clips from the Polish officials talking about this, and I just need to put it in the live stream so you can see it. So just a moment. Again, this is it's quite shocking, right? How many of you guys thought that this was going to happen? Be honest. Did you think that Russia's going to cut the gas to European countries, specifically neighboring countries? So we're talking about, Poland and Bulgaria. What did you think was going to happen? I'm honestly curious what you think. You guys are saying in the comments that Phil says you should definitely be at 500,000 subscribers by July. Inshallah. I hope so. You're very kind. You guys are saying that yes. A lot of you said that you thought Russia was definitely going to cut gas supplies to the Europeans. Thank you, Google, for the or you said for the super chat. It says Mabruk ya akhi, you deserve it. Keep up the good work, Richard. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Shukran ktir. And Crazy Puppet says, you made it. Hashtag Guido Pinata. Oh, are you talking about Guaido? I didn't think of putting him on the list, but we have to consider that. Some of you guys have been very generous. You've sent a lot of tips and donations. Just let me read some of your comments before I continue. I don't want to make you wait 3 hours. Just a moment. Here we go. So we have a sticker from Beer and Flies. Thank you very much. Sean says, we need your voice in the evil empire. Great show. Thank you, Sean. Rob says, you're only getting better at breaking down crazy complexity into thinkable chunks, dear man. Thank you very much for great work. That's a huge compliment. I appreciate that. That's my goal. And it's great to see you here again, Rob. Thank you. Tony says, congratulations. Well deserved. Yes, cheers to you as well. I see the champagne emoji. And Cecilia, thank you for the sticker. Thank you, Stephen, for the sticker. There's so many comments here. It's insane. Janice is tuning in from Ohio. Asher says, go on, my son. Rakbas, thank you for the sticker. Florence says, congrats, Richard. 1 million subs soon, inshallah. Inshallah. And Dino says, congratulations, Richard. I've been with you since the beginning. It's wonderful to see your work grow. Solidarity from New York. Thank you, Dino. You're very kind. And thank you, Stephen, for the sticker. And Justin says, topic suggestion for the future, the history of the EU. That's very good. I learned a lot about the EU in school. Honestly, for me, the only redeeming thing about the EU that you could possibly say is the fact that Europe isn't at war anymore, but that's changed. And if that's only if you don't look at what happened in Yugoslavia, right? So the whole idea behind the EU is that it's going to bring peace and prosperity to the European continent, which is a great thing, right? Because if you look at the history, I mean, on top of World War I and World War II and the Holocaust and the Cold War, and what's happened in Yugoslavia and what's happening in Ukraine right now, before that, I mean, you've literally got centuries and centuries and centuries, if not millennia, of conflict, just devastating conflict. And of course, it culminates with World War II, 60 million dead or 60 plus million dead. And the whole idea behind the EU is that we have to put an end to this. We have to have a mutual, a common currency. We have to depend on each other's industry. We have to do it in a way that we make sure we don't kill each other again, which is a very noble idea, which is great. But then you look at how the EU functions. You look at what they did to countries like Spain, to Portugal, to Greece, the austerity measures, bailing out banks. It's really just a neoliberal institution. And that's very disappointing because, again, it's great that you can walk from one side of the EU to the other, from one side of Europe to the other on foot, literally, and no one's going to bother you, theoretically. But still, how do you explain away everything that's happening right now? How do you explain away the EU funding or shall we say, arming one side in this war now in Ukraine. The EU is supposed to be neutral, right? So it's a shame because that's the only redeeming thing about it, that you don't have war in Europe, and that's obviously not true. You look at Yugoslavia, you look at what's happening now. It's a big shame because they, if they were really determined on making Europe peaceful, they could do that. It's not impossible. Like we shouldn't forget that, you know. There are avenues, there are ways to do this, but unfortunately, you have too much pressure coming from NATO, from the US. You have from Whitehall. You have too much pressure from the corporations, the banks. It's really a shame. So, in any case, I know I went off on a tangent, but that's a very good idea for a topic. Anna says, "Hi Richard, please come on Clash and Mash podcast to talk about what's going on in Palestine, Russia, Syria, Iran, free speech. Also, please hire me as one of your hosts. I'm educated on these issues. Thank you." Well, I appreciate the invitation, Anas, and you're probably talking about in context, right? So the email is rmedhurst@protonmail.com. Just send me examples of your work and give me some time because I told you guys I'm very slow in answering. I need a bit of time to go through everything, but I really appreciate it very much, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do. And I think I've read all the super chats right now, so let me see if I can continue to the next topic. So okay, let's go. Okay. So this is breaking news. Russia has cut the gas supply to Poland and Bulgaria. Now, why has Russia done this? Well, at the end of March, at the end of last month, the Russian President Vladimir Putin, he told Gazprom, which is the state-owned gas company, and the Russian Central Bank that they have 1 week to come up with a plan where European countries, or as they call them, unfriendly countries, have to start paying for gas in rubles, in the Russian currency. And this is, of course, huge because this has never happened before. Europe gets about 40% of its gas from Russia, and most of these contracts, they're long-term contracts, they're denominated in US dollars and euros, mostly in euros. And so the idea that suddenly they have to pay in rubles, I mean, you know, a lot of European countries, the EU, the G7, were saying that this is in breach of the contracts. And of course, I have a separate video on the channel. I explained to you exactly how this payment system works. The Russians came up with a plan where basically, if you're a buyer of Russian gas, you could keep sending euros or dollars, but you would have to open a second account in a Russian bank in rubles. And the Russian bank would take your euros or your dollars, sell them for you at the Moscow Stock Exchange in exchange for rubles, and then put them rubles in the second account in your name, and then pay for the gas from that second account. So at the end of the day, even though you're sending euros or you're sending dollars, you're still paying in your name for that gas in rubles. And the other benefit of that is that the money is now in Russian control, because up until now, European countries have paid for Russian gas in European banks. So, you know, there's a huge risk that this money could be frozen. Up until now, they haven't sanctioned Russian energy banks or the energy sector. But they did sanction, you know, the US, the EU, Japan. They've sanctioned about half of the Russian central bank's assets, which is enormous. And so the Russians, why have they implemented this plan that they demand gas payments in rubles? Because the ruble has plummeted as a result of the sanctions after the beginning of the war in Ukraine. And so the idea is that if we make, or we meaning the Russians, if we make the Europeans pay us for our gas in rubles, that will drive up the value of the ruble, because they have to go and buy rubles, which increases the demand and therefore the value of the rubles. And so let me show you this headline here, right? They're saying that Russia to halt gas supplies to Poland and Bulgaria. And this is huge because these are the first countries that have now been cut off from Russian gas. And Putin warned them. He said, if you don't pay in rubles by mid to end of April, the gas is going to get cut off. And the Russians were saying, why should we send you gas for free, right? Now, some countries like Hungary have come out and said they will pay for the gas in rubles. They said, no problem, fine. But countries like Poland and Bulgaria said, screw you. And let me explain to you what's going to happen now. Because as of now, in Poland, they depend on Russian gas. About 50% of national consumption in Poland is Russian gas, okay? And that's about 10 billion cubic meters, 10.2 billion cubic meters a year. Now, I'm going to break down to you what Poland is going to do now and how they're going to replace this gas. Let me just show you first a clip from Polish officials announcing that they've been cut off.
Jesteśmy gotowi na pełną niezależność od rosyjskich surowców. Jesteśmy gotowi na pełne sankcje, pełen pakiet i pełne odcięcie. Zauważyli pewnie Państwo, że pojawił się w okolicach godziny 19 komunikat PGNiG-u o wstrzymaniu dostaw gazu ziemnego w ramach kontraktu jamalskiego. W ostatnich dniach pojawił się ukaz, dekret Putina, który zobowiązywał państwa kupujące gaz od Federacji Rosyjskiej do płatności w rublach. Jednocześnie PGNiG otrzymał oddzielne pismo wzywające do podjęcia płatności do regulowania własnych zobowiązań właśnie w tej walucie. PGNiG ma kontrakt jamalski, ma umowę, która obowiązuje. W żaden sposób ani ten dekret, ani jakakolwiek korespondencja pomiędzy PGNiG-iem a Gazpromem nie jest zobowiązująca. W związku z tym PGNiG otrzymał w dniu dzisiejszym informację, iż wraz z dniem jutrzejszym gaz rosyjski z kontraktu.
Right, so you might be asking yourself, well, they're screwed, aren't they? They get 50% of their gas from Russia. How are they going to substitute this all of a sudden? Well, let me show you the Polish plan. Okay, so right now, as I told you, Poland gets around 10.2 billion cubic meters of gas a year from Russia, and that represents 50% of Poland's national consumption. Okay, now here are the options that they have. So they could get 2.5 billion cubic meters from Lithuania, because this week on Sunday, on May 1st, there's a new pipeline that's opening. And I'm going to show you the pipeline on a map. So this is... Here you go. So you can see that. This is the gas interconnection Poland-Lithuania. So just for short, it's called GIPL. So this is a new pipeline. And again, it doesn't substitute everything Russia's giving Poland. Just about a quarter. Okay, so just about 25%. Now, the next option that Poland has is to get about 5 to 6 billion cubic meters from Slovakia. This is an article from Reuters that appeared on April 22nd, and they said Slovakia says gas pipeline to Poland is almost finished. Okay, so like I said, it's between it's around 6.1 billion cubic meters to Poland. Okay, so the other option that the Polish have is to get gas from an LNG terminal. So LNG means liquefied natural gas, and the problem that Europe has is they don't have enough terminals. You have to build special terminals at a port, to offload this cargo, right? It's a special procedure, and the Europeans don't have enough of them. Poland, however, does have one LNG terminal, and it's over here. I'm not even going to try and read the city because I'll butcher the name. Please excuse me. But where am I pointing the mouse cursor? They have one LNG terminal, which gives them around 6 billion cubic meters a year. That's the theoretical maximum. As of now, on average, it's giving Poland about 3 billion cubic meters, right? So I've told you now 2.5 from Lithuania, 5 to 6 from Slovakia, and another 3 from the LNG terminal. So that almost covers everything Russia's giving Poland. But there's another pipeline on the way, and this is going to be open between Norway and Poland. So again, let me try and pull this up for you. Let me pull up the map. This will open in October, so it's not ready yet. Again, the one to Lithuania opens this week on May 1st, but this one is not ready yet. And this is called the Baltic Pipe Project. So here's a map of the pipeline. And as I said, it will be ready this year in October. And it will bring gas from Poland to Norway. From Norway to Poland. And that will provide Poland with about 10 billion cubic meters. So honestly, from what I'm seeing, from the theoretical capacity, Poland could effectively substitute all of its dependency on Russian gas with the pipelines I just mentioned to you. Now, obviously, this takes some time. Like I said, it's not from one day to the next, but it is something that they've envisaged in the long term, because Poland was planning on cutting off its dependence on Russian gas by the end of the year anyway, because Poland's contract with Gazprom, the Russian state-owned gas company, it ends this year at the end of 2022. So they were planning to stop that anyway. And they, for the last years before the war in Ukraine, they were already trying to reduce their dependency on Russian gas. And from what I'm seeing, again, this is if everything goes perfectly as planned and everything opens and is functional, they could replace it. Now, Bulgaria is another story. Bulgaria, let me show you. This is from, hold on a second. Right, this is from Reuters, okay? And they're saying that Gazprom also informed Bulgarian state gas company Bulgargaz it will halt gas supplies from Wednesday, so that's April 27th. And Bulgaria also had a contract due to expire at the end of the year, just like Poland. This contract meets over 90% of its gas needs, with Gazprom's imports at around 3 billion cubic meters a year. So what they're saying is that Bulgaria gets 90% of its gas from Russia. And I really don't know what they're going to do exactly. This doesn't really bode well for them. You can see here, this is a comment from Tom Manser. He's the head of gas analytics at a data intelligence firm, ICIS. And he said, this is a seismic warning shot by Russia. Poland has had an anti-Russia and anti-Gazprom stance for a number of years, which is not the case for Bulgaria. So to see Bulgaria also be cut off is also quite a development in its own right. Okay. So again, I don't know what the Bulgarians are going to do exactly, but for Poland, it looks like they can get away with it. Now, what did this news do to the gas prices? Well, I was live with you guys when the Americans were saying they're going to ban Russian gas and Russian energy imports in general. And we saw the prices going up, oil prices and gas prices. And then when they actually banned it, again, it went up even further. And we've had the highest prices since 2008 in terms of crude. Now, today's news that Russia is cutting off the gas to Bulgaria and cutting off the gas to Poland, it sent the European benchmark gas price up by 15%. So I'm just going to show you here. This is the Dutch TTF. I'm going to refresh the page. Just give me a moment so we can see the latest of what it's at. And I'm going to show you the chart from just the last day, not the last 6 months. Now look, you can see at 9 in the morning, it was around 91. And then here after the news, so it shot up to 108 and now it's closed at 98. I mean, I don't know where this is going to go, because we've seen the gas and the oil prices shoot up because of the war in Ukraine and then come back down. So again, this whole thing, the whole point is that this is unpredictable. But the idea that countries can just shut off, Russian gas, this is dangerous. It's very dangerous, because maybe Poland can pull it off, but I don't know if Germany is going to be able to make that transition as smoothly. I really don't. Germany doesn't have a single LNG terminal. Not a single one. They've just started building them, and these things take years, right? Around 5 years, if I'm not mistaken. And again, just for context, this is the pipeline that we were talking about, the Yamal pipeline, where the gas from Russia would come into Poland and so on. If I'm not mistaken, it's reverse flow as well. So Germany could send some back to Poland, if I'm not mistaken. Don't quote me on that. But in any case, this is the main pipeline we're talking about. And, Germany, for all intents and purposes, I don't know how they're going to be able to just replace their 40% plus dependency on Russian gas. Poland, for example, they've been trying to bring in LNG from places like Qatar. And again, this is fine and dandy, but just to remind you guys, all the LNG in the world, all of the liquefied natural gas in the world is not enough to replace Europe's dependency on Russian gas, which is, 40%. It's not enough. It just doesn't exist. And even if it did exist, the infrastructure, the LNG terminals in the European ports, there aren't enough of them to offload the cargo. And even if you could offload the cargo, there aren't enough pipelines to get it everywhere. This is really stupid, you know? This is really, a dangerous game that's going on. And it's weird because the EU itself is saying that it's not a breach of contract to pay for the Russian gas in euros. Because basically, as I explained to you, Gazprom Bank will take your euros or your dollars and sell them for you in exchange for rubles and then make the payment for you. So I don't see how it breaches the contract. I think some countries are just choosing to be stubborn and put their foot down and say, no, we are not going to open a second ruble account in a Russian bank. We are going to pay the same thing that we agreed on to the same accounts that we agreed on. And then other countries like Hungary and Germany, I don't know what Germany's stance. Germany changes its position like socks, you know. But countries like Hungary have said, fine, whatever, we'll just open the second account and pay it for you. Now, here's a map again, just to refresh your memory, just to jog your memory of the European dependence on Russian gas. Okay, so this is from 2020, so it's not the most up-to-date, but it's quite accurate. And you can see here that the dark blue, the darkest of blue, is 80 to 100% dependency on Russian gas. Countries like Austria, for example, Austria gets 80% of its gas from Russia. That's enormous. Bulgaria, as we saw, is 90%. Again, countries like the UK, they don't get anything from Russia. I think it's like 3%. The US gets 3% of its oil from Russia, and the UK is the same. I know we're talking about gas specifically, but just to underscore my point, countries like the UK and the US, of course they banned Russian energy imports because they don't import anything, barely anything, right? That doesn't mean it doesn't have an effect on global oil prices. It does. But I'm just saying that it's very easy for countries, Anglo-Saxon countries like the UK and the US to say, just ban the Russian energy imports when they don't depend on any. So, as a whole, it's not looking very good. And I think at this stage, countries that are refusing to pay for gas in rubles, they're really kind of just, I don't know. They're really just being, what's the word I'm looking for? Stubborn in a way. We'll see what happens. I'm just going to say one thing. When you have a behemoth like the Russian gas industry supplying so much of what Europe needs, this is not good. This is going to disrupt supply chains. It's going to disrupt, people are going to lose their jobs, right? You're going to see a real shakeup, not just because it's a ripple effect. It's a domino effect. You know, you might be thinking, yeah, well, what happens in Poland and Bulgaria doesn't concern the rest of us in Europe. You don't know that. That's not true. That's absolutely not true. Now, just to be clear, the Polish today, they said that, yes, Russia's cutting off the gas, but we are not going to have a shortage because they have between 70 to 80% of their reserves full. Okay, so Poland has most of its reserves, up to 80% of its gas reserves still there. So it can use those. And as I said, it has replacements. So the Poles are saying it doesn't matter because we're not going to cut off consumers. They're not going to get any less gas, and we don't even have to use the reserves yet. Okay, but countries like Austria has the lowest reserves in Europe. And it depends the most on Russia for gas. So I don't know. I don't think this is going to be smooth sailing just yet. And we'll see where it goes from here. But I just wanted to bring you the latest on what's happening because this is very, very significant. And you can see once again how the war in Ukraine isn't just about what's happening in Ukraine. It's having enormous ripple effects globally on everything from the petrodollar to, I guess you could say, the gas ruble now, to energy supplies. It's really incredible what we're seeing. So this is the latest. There you go. Thank you very much. We have a very generous super chat from Riaz. Says, keep speaking the truth and keep shining light on the oppressed, brother. I'm humbled by your comments. Thank you guys so much. I think we're celebrating 100,000 subscribers today, but we're already at 117,000. So that's incredible. Thank you, Riaz. Thank you to everybody else who's supporting the channel, even just by watching. I'm very grateful. So thank you. We have some more super chats and comments here from Lana. Thank you, Lana, for the sticker. Kirill says, if Poland will buy Russian gas from a third country in EU, it won't count as Russian. Problem solved. Yeah, I guess so. Then they could swallow their pride. No, then they could keep the save face in a way, I guess, right? Again, I think this is a difference between countries that are willing to swallow their pride and just buy the gas because they understand what's going on. And maybe Poland should have just done that. You know, let Hungary keep bringing in the gas, and then just buy it from them third party. Timothy, thank you for the sticker, and I apologize again. I'm happy to see so many new fans from Russia, but I can't read Cyrillic. You'll have to forgive me. So I have to Google translate your name so I get it right. Is it Niaz? Thank you, Niaz, for the super chat. Niaz says, congrats with your silver. NATO sends so much weapons and propaganda to Ukraine. Does Russia have enough weapons, and will it win the war? That's a good question, because I've seen several stories about Russia's main producer of battle tanks. Their production slowing down. Others are saying it's grinded to a halt. I don't know. I can't tell at this point, because the thing is, Ukraine is being flooded with so many weapons. I think it's kind of ironic, because they say Ukraine's not part of NATO, and yet Ukrainian forces are trained to NATO interoperability. So they are trained to NATO standards. There's no difference between them and NATO troops. They can be used interchangeably. And on top of that, there's so many weapons coming into Ukraine. I'd be willing to bet Ukraine has more NATO weapons in it than some actual NATO members, which I think really speaks volumes, right? Now, the thing is, what's happening right now in Ukraine is really an attempt to bleed out the Russians, to make sure that this turns into a sort of quagmire for them. Similar to Afghanistan. I don't think it's fair to compare it one-to-one, but just so you get a rough idea of what I'm talking about. And I think, of course, this is something that's very lucrative. You know, if you're a weapons manufacturer in Germany or in the UK, like BAE Systems or Northrop in the United States or Raytheon, this is very lucrative. You're making money every day. Like war is literally your bread and butter. That's how you make money. You build weapons. And it's a disgusting business, right? Because these people also own the government and they own the media. So why should they stop the war, right? Why should the Americans and the British and the Europeans stop the war? They're making so much money from it. It's ridiculous. It's a cash cow for them. So that's why you see them sending more and more and more weapons. And I'm just about to get into the story about Germany sending weapons to Ukraine. This is a really interesting one. Oh, this is very interesting. So, I don't know. Anything could happen. Who knows how long this is going to go on for? And I think, obviously, the Russians, they have formidable industry. The reason that the Soviets beat the Nazis in World War II, that they were able to vanquish Nazism and fascism in Europe, is because of their industry. World War II, at the end of the day, was a war of attrition, particularly on the Eastern Front, most of all. And so the Germans underestimating, they had very bad intelligence about the capacity and capability of Russian troops when they launched Operation Barbarossa to invade the Soviet Union. They had very bad intelligence. They severely underestimated the number of Russian troops. And on top of that, the Russians were able to build more tanks at a faster rate. And that's why they were able to throw more punches, shall we say, at the Germans. Now, yes, of course, if you compare the T-34 Russian tank to a German Tiger tank, obviously the Tiger tank is a much more beautiful and sophisticated piece of machinery, right? It has much better armor. It has an 88mm cannon. If you look at most tanks today, you can clearly see the resemblance, right? That a lot of modern battle tanks are inspired by that one. But it doesn't matter, because that tank had severe engine problems, the Tiger tank. Replacement parts were very hard to get. Training German tank crews to operate it took much longer. And so at the end of the day, the Russians building slightly crappier tanks at a faster rate, that's how they won. because they didn't focus on trying to build the fanciest and nicest tank. They just focused on winning. And that's how they were able to vanquish the Nazis. That's why they were the first to take Berlin. And that's why they also lost more than anybody else. They lost 26 million people fighting the Nazis. And they caused 80% of German casualties. Remember that. The overwhelming majority of German casualties weren't caused by the British or the Americans. The Russians did that. So that, I think that speaks to their awesome, right? They're great in size. They're great industry. Now, my point is whether they can reproduce that today. This is an entirely different beast, and it's I don't think it's fair to compare it. But we'll see what happens. You know, countries change. The British in World War II had great planes. You know, the Rolls-Royce Merlin engines. You know, all of the the industry, I mean, the aero industry in Britain was great, but look at it today. It's crap, right? So these countries that once had really great industry doesn't mean that they survive and can keep up that level 70 years later. Now, I just want to be clear. Russia has obviously done a much better job. It has a very, very capable defense industry and a much better research. If you're going to compare two countries, put them head to head, it's the US and Russia. No one comes close. The British don't even come close today. But my point is that I don't think we can say, oh, well, Russia had a very great industry in World War II and it was very good at fighting wars in World War II, that they're absolutely going to win this one and everything's going to go to plan. We don't know that. We really don't know. This is a different kind of warfare. And you have one side that actually wants the war to go on for as long as possible, which speaks to the disgusting corporate greed and maniacs that are running the planet. They want this war to continue. They don't want to win. They just want the war to go on. It's really, really nasty. So we'll see what happens. Thank you to Dr. Zalos says, inshallah, we see you get to 1 million subs. Never stop speaking. Never stop spreading the truth. Inshallah, you're very kind, and I hope so. I hope so too. So just give me a moment. We're going to start talking about Germany sending weapons to Ukraine and why this is such a huge story. You know that they're already sending weapons, but the type of weapon has changed. Now, just give me a moment. I'm going to set this up. If you guys would be so kind, I really need to go to the bathroom. So just give me 1 minute. I'm gonna get something to drink, and I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, because we're going to continue with a lot to cover. I'll just put up the break screen very quickly. And again, we'll be back in just a minute. Okay? Don't go anywhere.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
all men and women created by go. You know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
An excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun, and the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap, and I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night, the phone. Make sure the kids hear words.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African-American woman that's ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
R is for
Rest her soul, and although she's your mom's still alive.
S is for
Send a text to the word united.
T is for
Truth over facts.
U is for
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
V is for
I'll vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much.
W is for
Wait, you're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
X is for
Xi Jinping.
Y is for
And you ain't black.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by you know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
An excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Friend, and she's...
All right, guys, we're back. Let's go. Let's continue. I see we've got 4,000 people watching. Please make sure you've hit the like button. It helps the channel to grow. It helps the algorithm, and I really appreciate it. Tatmax says the Soviets had T-34 on service since 1941, while Germans only had light tanks. The Tiger and Panther tanks got in service in 1943 when the Nazis were losing. That's true. That's true. The main German battle tank was the Panzer IV, which of course you know is infamous because of the Blitzkrieg, right? So you have tanks going in very fast, overwhelming the enemy, which is probably the crudest explanation of Blitzkrieg. But just before I go into the segment, of course there are many other factors to take into consideration. My point, that was just one example to show how the Soviets won the war of attrition against the Germans, because they were able to produce not tanks that are necessarily better in design or fancy or more armored or who have better armor piercing capabilities, but just they were able to sustain. It's like a marathon, right? They had more stamina and they were able to go on for longer and were not overwhelmed. But you're absolutely right. Thank you. What's left? What's left is congrats on 100,000 subscribers. An awesome shirt. I'm assuming it's a Palestinian shirt. Where can I get one? So this is my official merch. I never remember to sell the merch, which is not the best marketing thing. But if you want to buy one of these, the website is store.richardmedhurst.com. It even says, I don't know if you can read that. It says Richard Medhurst. Obviously, this is not Arabic, but it's in a font that looks like Arabic. Mona is the one who designed this for me. She's very kind, and she did it because we're both Leos, so, you know, the lions are the best. So, yeah, there's two versions of this. We have one with the Palestinian and the Pan-Arab flag, which look very similar, by the way. They're very, very similar. But Claudia just posted the link if you want one. And there are many, many other things, of course. Anyway, let's go. Let's continue. So... okay, so done with this one. I'm glad you like the t-shirt though. That's good. That's good when you don't even have to plug the merch and people just ask you, where'd you get that? Somebody in the comments says Nazis by Gucci. You know, it's funny you say that because actually, I'm sure you all know the brand Hugo Boss. They make perfume, they make clothes. They used to supply they used to make the Nazi uniforms, right? That's not a joke. And this is very interesting because when you see things like these companies, IBM, for example, they also were involved in propping up German industry, Nazi industry in World War II. Once again, it's a reminder of the relationship between the corporates, the corporatists, the corporation, and the state, and what is essentially the union that forms fascism. And of course, the family that owns BMW, you all know the car BMW, that the family that owns BMW in Germany is the richest family in Germany. And guess what they were doing in World War II? they were using slave labor, right? So these are Jews, gypsies, political dissidents, people that the Nazis basically allowed them to use as slave labor. And that's how they got a lot of their wealth, right? So obviously it's not the only thing, but it plays a substantial part. And you see again how all these corporations are there as part of the effort. And this is why it's so worrying when you see what's happening in the United States. For example, you see the state, you see the government uniting with corporations to crush dissent, to silence dissent. And you see that often in the form of what? You see that in the form of corporate media, but also, of course, social media sites. Okay? And obviously, it's not comparable to the Holocaust, but it is a hallmark of fascism. Do you understand? That you have the state uniting with corporations, with the private sector, coalescing and using this awesome power, this great overwhelming power to crush any sort of dissent. That is by without a question a hallmark of fascism. And when you said Nazis by Gucci, it reminded me of Hugo Boss and the role they play. But anyway, I'm going off on a tangent. But speaking of Germany, let's talk about Germany. Okay. Breaking news, Germany have reversed their policy. All of a sudden now they're going to send heavy weapons to Ukraine. So until now, Olaf Scholz, the German chancellor, he sort of shied away from that, and they were criticizing him quite heavily. Here's the headline from Bloomberg News. They say Germany signals shift on weapons to Ukraine with tank deliveries. Okay? So Chancellor Olaf Scholz's administration signaled more weapons will flow to Ukraine after Germany took a first step to supply heavy weapons to the country by allowing delivery of anti-aircraft tanks to counter Russia's invasion. So they're going to give the Ukrainians 50 of these things, which are called Gepard, and they are, as you can see, they are armored vehicles, they're tanks, but more importantly, they are anti-aircraft, which you can see. And just going back to the Bloomberg piece, they say the government is authorizing the transfer of 50 Gepard rapid-fire armored vehicles from manufacturer Krauss Maffei Wegmann, and the defense minister, Christine Lambrecht, confirmed the plans on Tuesday without specifying figures. So let me show you a video. Let me show you a video of her talking about the weapons that they're going to send now. This is the German Defense Minister Lambrecht.
Wir haben gestern entschieden, dass wir die Ukraine unterstützen werden mit einem Flugabwehrpanzer, mit Geparden. Das ist genau das, was die Ukraine jetzt braucht, um den Luftraum zu sichern vom Boden aus. Das ist hier nochmal deutlich geworden. Deutschland ist dazu bereit. Und wir werden auch heute im Rahmen der Konferenz alle Möglichkeiten ausloten, wie wir weiter die Ukraine in diesem mutigen, aber in diesem wichtigen Kampf für Freiheit, für Frieden unterstützen können.
Right, so why the policy shift? Because for the better part of the last week, we've been hearing things like Olaf Scholz is spineless, and he's working for the Kremlin. I'm not even kidding. Look at these things that you see on the internet. It's incredible. You have people saying here that Scholz is a Kremlin asset. So Scholz is the German chancellor, right? They say that he's a Kremlin asset because he doesn't want to give the Ukrainians tanks. Here you see that Olaf Scholz is a pro-Russian agent. And this is incredible to me, right? Because as you guys know, we covered this here. Germany canceled the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, obviously with Joe Biden literally standing next to Olaf Scholz and pressuring him to do it. And Germany has sanctioned Russia. So overall, they've pretty much done everything that the EU is doing and the UK is doing and Germany and the United States is doing. So the idea that he's still a Kremlin asset, like the German chancellor is still working for the Russians because he doesn't want to send heavy weapons. This is incredible. This is amazing. It just shows you how quickly the West is, and specifically liberals are, to bite you, to jump at you. and say that you're a foreign agent, you're a spy, you're a traitor because you don't want to do what they want or you don't agree with them 100%, despite already sanctioning Russia, despite canceling Nord Stream 2. This is scary, but I think it's important to point that out. And of course, this is because Olaf Scholz, the German chancellor, he was saying things like, es darf keinen Atomkrieg geben. So his idea was that if Germany starts sending heavy weaponry to Ukraine, that's going to provoke Russia and start, or lead to World War III. And people are saying, well, you're a hypocrite because the UK are sending heavy weaponry. Other countries are sending heavy weaponry. And World War III is only going to start, or a nuclear war is only going to start because Germany's sending heavy weaponry. So that's the criticism that people have been making. I think it's funny that trying to have a rational position, like, yeah, let's not do a nuclear war. How about we don't do what might lead to a nuclear apocalypse? Like, that's considered being disloyal or irrational. Very lovely times we're living in, right? Very, very lovely times. Let me show you. This is Anna Baerbock. She is the German foreign minister. Let's take a look at what she had to say a few days ago.
Zweitens, auch das habe ich immer wieder deutlich gemacht, andere Partner liefern jetzt gepanzerte Fahrzeuge. Ich möchte hier und deutlich sagen, das ist auch für uns kein Tabu, auch wenn es in der deutschen Debatte manchmal so klingt. Wir haben deswegen solchen Lieferungen ja bereits auch.
So again, that's Annalena Baerbock. Sorry, I said Anna before. Annalena Baerbock, she's the German foreign minister, and she said that it's not a taboo to send heavy weaponry. Some of our partners are already doing that. And the thing is, I want to point you to this article that appeared in ZDF, which is a big German outlet. And here it is. So let's take a look. Why the shift in policy? Why the shift in policy? So they're saying here that wir arbeiten gemeinsam mit unseren amerikanischen Freunden bei der Ausbildung von ukrainischen Truppen an Artilleriesystemen auf deutschem Boden und wir werden zusammen mit den Niederlanden Ausbildung an Panzerhaubitzen und Munition für die Ukraine bereitstellen. So they're saying that we're working with our American friends, okay, on training Ukrainian troops with artillery systems on German soil, auf deutschem Boden. Mm-hmm. And that we will provide training with the Netherlands for the Ukrainians on, operating howitzers and ammunition. That's very interesting. They are training the Ukrainians on German soil in a NATO country. Okay? Now, there's another part in the article. They're asking how many tanks will Germany give to Ukraine. Again, the number is 50. That's what has been widely reported. So I'm going to skip over that because I think that's the figure that's been established now. Here's another part in the article. They're saying that zwar hat die Ukraine großen Bedarf an solcher Flugabwehr. Das Gepard-System gilt jedoch als eines der komplexesten und ausbildungsintensivsten. Okay, so they're saying, Ukraine has a great necessity and requirement for air defense. And the Gepard system, which is this tank that I was showing here, this anti-aircraft tank, is one of the best. Is one of the best and most complex and training intensive. Okay, so they don't know any details about when it's going to be transferred or when they're going to be training the Ukrainian crews on the Gepard. And in view of the fact that the German government recently rejected the transfer of armored infantry vehicles, German policy again appears inconsistent. Obviously, that's exactly what I'm telling you, because one day they're saying, that's why I said before Germany changes its positions like socks. It's true, right? One day they say, we're not going to send any weapons. Okay, we'll send some weapons, defensive weapons, but no heavy weapons. Okay, we'll send heavy weapons and defensive weapons. It's so confusing. And the same thing with Nord Stream 2, right? Scholz wouldn't talk about Nord Stream 2, and then all of a sudden he's canceling it. I'm just giving you the latest. And of course, let me show you some things here. This is from Politico. Look at what the headline reads. They say pressure grows on Germany's Scholz to send heavy weapons to Ukraine. And of course, if you scroll down, you'll see that it's from inside the government. Now, Germany, of course, has a coalition government. It's called the Ampel Coalition. So Ampel is, it's a traffic light coalition, because you have like a traffic light. You have red, yellow, and green. So that pressure is coming on him, not just from the media, but from inside the government. And they're saying that Western allies and members of Scholz's governing coalition have become increasingly blunt in publicly criticizing the Social Democratic Chancellor and urging him to send tanks, artillery, and other material to Ukrainian forces. The Germans, quote, the Germans must firmly support Ukraine today if we are to believe that they have drawn conclusions from their own history. That's from Donald Tusk. Estonian Prime Minister posted a chart on Twitter showing the support provided by a range of countries to Ukraine. And it shows Germany at the bottom. So they're basically trying to, shame the other countries into sending more weapons. So, that's basically their point. This is government support to Ukraine by donor GDP. Okay? And it's in percentage of GDP by country. Just going back to the Politico article. Like I said, again, Scholz... Man, I don't know why I keep scrolling up like that. Scholz so far had ruled out delivering German tanks like the Leopard or Marder models. Okay? German officials have said Berlin will not be able to meet its own NATO commitments if it supplied those tanks from its own armed forces. And that's interesting because, as you know, Germany has now done something that Donald Trump really wanted them to do. Germany has done something that NATO really wanted them to do, which is to raise their expenditure, their military expenditure, from 1.5% of the GDP to 2%. That's quite significant. So just a few weeks ago, after the war began in Ukraine, the invasion of Ukraine, the special operation, whatever you want to call it, the Germans raised their military expenditure and they committed 100 billion euros to the military. That's more than Russia, just for context. Right? That's more than Russia. Ah, look. They're mentioning the T-72. I was talking about the T-34. The T-72 is obviously much newer, but still. The article says that they have also argued it would take months to train Ukrainian forces to use the German tanks, whereas they're already familiar with Soviet-designed equipment such as T-72 tanks, which Eastern European NATO countries still have in stock. Again, this is another big issue, because you had countries saying, like, why aren't you giving Eurofighters to Ukraine? Why won't you send them F-35s? Dude, they don't know how to fly them. Are you stupid? Like, they're trained on MiGs and SUs. They don't know how to fly these planes. What's the point of giving them? You're not only going to provoke Russia, they're also unusable. Are you going to have someone from NATO flying them? That's even more provocative. That's complete nonsense. So nonsensical. Now, obviously, let's be very clear. It's not impossible to train the crews, but it is a significant problem that you have to take into consideration. It's not just, we'll send you weapons and that's it. You have to train these crews. It takes time. Lots of logistical effort, manpower, energy. And of course, at that point, you risk, again, provoking Russia. And it's not about, we have to leave Russia alone and Russia's a cuddly teddy bear. No. Russia has more nuclear weapons than any country on earth. So when I say you don't want to provoke Russia, it's kind of the rational thing that you should be thinking about. Okay? Because you don't know at what point Russia is going to look at that and say, okay, that's enough. You don't know, right? It's really a gamble. It's a very, very dangerous gamble. And they're gambling with all of our lives. This is not a joke, a nuclear apocalypse. They're gambling with all of our lives because, you say, okay, we'll just send some pistols. We'll send some javelins. We'll send some NLAWs. We'll send some tanks. Like, at what point does it become too much? Does it cross the line? And then the Russians consider using a nuke? I'm just hypothesizing, but you shouldn't take this lightly. This is not a joke, having NATO against Russia with, a country that has more nukes than anybody. I'll show you something from Lavrov in a second, what he thinks about nuclear war. But let me just continue here. You have members of both the Greens and the Liberal Free Democrats, so FDP and SPD partners in the governing coalition, that have urged Scholz to speak out and step up. So the chair of the Bundestag is Germany's parliament. The chair of the Bundestag's defense committee says, all I ask is for leadership and a clear approach. We must not lose any time when it comes to Ukraine. It's just a mystery to me why the communication and actions are so unclear. So again, this is really funny, right? You have the Green Party. Just, again, I'm being sarcastic here. I know this already. I know how it is in Germany. But I'm just trying to tell it to you, like how the Greens, which are supposed to be like, you know, oriented towards peace, towards protecting the environment. No, they have a hard-on for war. They want the war, right? And it's not just them, but it is funny how these parties are. It is really funny. And you see that this trend doesn't just exist in the UK or the US. It's even in Germany. Just give me a second to go back to this ZDF article. I want to show you something here. Sorry, this is from Military Times. I already read to you the other one. But let's take a look here. You guys know Ramstein Air Base? So Ramstein Air Base is, as the name implies, an air base. It's an American air base that's in Germany. You know, after World War II, the Americans never left. And some people jokingly say that the United States is still occupying Germany. Now, the thing is, Germany has more US troops than any other EU country. So I think the number is 38,000 US troops. And the drone strikes that they carry out all over the world, you know how horrific they are. You know how horrific the drone strikes are. They are killing mostly civilians. And they have no, the drone operators, the US military, they have no respect. They have no care for civilian life, complete disregard. And those drone strikes are often coming from this American air base in Germany, the Ramstein Air Base. Here's just a picture very quickly. I'll show you. Again, it's absolutely enormous. It's absolutely enormous. And I want to show you what that means, because right now you have... It's absolutely ridiculous. I think it's about 40 different countries that are meeting in that airbase right now. And it's, of course, mostly NATO countries. Here's a headline from Deutsche Welle. So what is the goal of the conference? The aim is to secure Ukraine's long-term security and sovereignty and how it will defend itself. The US has invited defense ministers and representatives from 40 countries to participate with NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. And I want to show you something from here from Military Times. This is from 2014. A Yemeni man sued Germany over US drone strikes because, again, they're launching them from the Ramstein Air Base. And this is where all these 40 countries are now meeting over Ukraine. So you can see that Germany plays a huge role in the American war effort, not just because it houses so many US troops, but because this is where a lot of flights are, a lot of sorties are carried out from, and of course, a lot of drone strikes. And now they're having this meeting with 40 different countries to, decide what to do about Ukraine. And now Germany has gone from a neutral country, supposedly neutral, to let's spend 100 billion euros on the military. Let's increase our military expenditure from 1.5 to 2% GDP, just like Donald Trump wanted, just like NATO wanted. Let's go and start sending not just defensive weapons to Ukraine, but tanks, anti-aircraft tanks, heavy weapons, as they're saying. And where is this pressure coming from? It's coming from outside Germany and inside Germany, from the Greens even. The Greens, who are supposed to be pro-environment and pro-peace, they have a hard-on for war. Do you see the utterly wretched and dismal state of European politics? This is what neoliberalism gets you. This is what neoconservatism gets you. This is the state of affairs. Wow. So, again, I don't know about you guys, but there's a reason the United States for all its faults, there's a reason the United States was one of the biggest proponents of let's disarm Germany. Because when you give Germany weapons, it usually doesn't end up well. Or let's say when you let Germany run wild with its arms industry. Today, you might be thinking, what are you talking about? They're just trying to defend Ukrainians. How dare you? Why are you against that? You're a pro-Putin propagandist and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, and what about in 20 years? What's going to happen in 20 years? You really think that's a good idea, given what happened in the 20th century, to let Germany rearm? You really think after World War I, World War II, the Holocaust, you think this is a good idea? Man. And don't get me wrong, I'm the first one to criticize the UK and the US for their foreign policy. But don't come here and tell me that, letting Germany run wild like this is good. This is gonna have very adverse effects and an adverse reaction down the line. And I'm not looking forward to that. And I think that the fact that Scholz caved into this pressure is really, I know a lot of people call him spineless before this. When he was standing next to Joe Biden and Joe Biden spoke for him. Can you imagine how disrespectful that is? That you're talking about a pipeline between Russia and Germany. So it's a Russian and a German affair. And the US president is standing next to the German chancellor and deciding for him and speaking for him that this pipeline will be canceled. Again, whatever you think about Russia, whatever you think about Germany, that is humiliating, honestly. And it really shows you who's running the show. And it shows you that for all intents and purposes, Scholz, he's not very good at withstanding pressure. And again, I want to be clear, I'm not saying his job is easy. I don't think it's to be easy in that position at all. But I think the intensity of the pressure, this idea that if you don't help Ukraine and do exactly what we say, you are a traitor and you are a Kremlin agent. They don't say it directly all the time, but they sort of imply it, that you're not doing enough. You're helping the Russian war effort. Let me tell you one thing, man. The only people that are profiting from this are the arms manufacturers. And of course, Germany has many, many, many of them. And Germany, when we say that it had a neutral stance, I say that with an asterisk. Because if you look at what happened in Yemen, make no mistake, despite Germany saying it's neutral, a lot of German weapons were ending up in Yemen, killing Yemenis and being used by the Saudis. So they had a loophole. Instead of Germany selling the weapons directly to Saudi Arabia, they would sell them to an Italian company, for example, and then the Saudis would buy it from the Italian company. It doesn't change anything. It's still German munitions and weaponry ending up there and being used, and they're making money from it. So don't forget, you have an industry in Germany, an arms industry. That's nothing new, but they are profiting from this as well, and they do stand to gain. And the problem is that you have people in Germany, in the UK, in the US, who have a profit incentive to make sure this war extends as long as possible, even if it means fighting Russia down to the last Ukrainian, just as long as they can make a buck, and whipping people into shape who don't agree with them, whipping them into line, shall we say, for not agreeing with them 100%. And again, this Ramstein airbase, there's a lot of evil coming out of that airbase. A lot of innocent civilians that have been killed. Daniel Hale, who's in prison right now in the United States, the drone whistleblower, as he's nicknamed, because he was working in the U.S. Air Force, and he gave these documents that showed the United States at one point in a 5-month period under Obama, 90% of the people killed by drones were civilians. So this shows you the callous disregard for human life, for civilian life, which they love to criticize Russia for. But Obama gets away with it. He's okay. There's no war crimes or prosecution or tribunal for Obama. There's no sanctions for the US, because those war crimes are okay. That's okay to murder people in Yemen, in Syria, in Afghanistan, Pakistan. That's okay. Don't worry. Man. I don't know when you guys tuned in, if you just tuned in the last minute, but tell me where you're tuning in from. Tell me what city or country you're watching from. Again, I love this with Americans. You ask them, where are you tuning in from? And they always say the state. I will admit, America is huge. The US is huge. It's a state, it's a continent state. Well, in French, say état continent, because it's so enormous. Here we go. Iraq, Singapore, Prussia, Germany, Canada, Pakistan, Toronto, Buffalo, New York, You're going too fast. Japan, Stuttgart, South Africa, Toronto, Istanbul, Las Vegas, Indonesia. Is there a city that you guys haven't mentioned? This is insane. Wow, wow, wow. Amsterdam, Texas, Montreal, Australia, Denmark, Austin, Texas, Detroit, England, Iraq, Somaliland. Amazing. That's absolutely brilliant. I'm not kidding. This makes me so happy to have such an international audience. It's brilliant. It also means no matter what time I stream at, I know there'll be people there. So that's good. If you've just joined the stream, please make sure you hit the like button. I know every YouTuber nags about that, but we're covering politics. It's very touchy. The YouTube algorithm isn't exactly a fan, so we have to do our best to fight it, and you can fight it by liking or commenting or interacting in some way. So you guys are still going, huh? Kenya, Philippines, Minnesota. We've got a lot more ground to cover, so don't worry. We've got a lot more ground to cover. Let's continue to the next topic, guys. This is a huge one, and I've been wanting to cover this for. I actually wanted to start with this one first, but we're gonna do it now. How many of you guys know what's been happening with China in the space? Do you know what I'm going to talk about in a second? There's always a delay, so I have to wait for you guys to answer. Okay, you guys are saying no. Most of you are saying you don't know. Okay, well, great. Even if you did know, you know class is in session. Let's go. I really love this. There's nothing funnier to me than Western hypocrisy. It's like, you know, they will stab you in the back and then say that you fell on a blade. I was saying that to my cousin yesterday. Okay. Just give me one moment. I'm just setting this up for you. Just one moment. We're almost there. Okay, brilliant. So okay, we are ready. If you'll permit me, we're celebrating 100,000 subscribers. I'll just have a little bit more champagne. For those of you who are experts, what happens to this if you don't finish it? Because I don't think you can put the cork back in. Does it go bad? Because it has, it's got fizz in it. So I know if you open a soft drink and you leave it out for a day, it'll be gone. So how do you preserve this stuff? Because I don't think this cork is going back in. I'm not trying that, man. Na zdrowie. It goes flat. Yeah, okay, I figured. Kevin says Richard's looking for an excuse to drink the bottle. No, I assure you I'm not. I better not, man. I have no tolerance for alcohol. So again, cheers, guys. Cheers to you, and thank you so much for supporting the channel. I couldn't do this without you, and I'm so glad we are building a community and a platform to counter mainstream media bullshit. It's sorely needed, if I may say so, and thank you not just for supporting me, but also others in independent media. Cheers to you. Okay. So let's go. Let me show you what's up. The United States are furious. They are absolutely losing it because China has just signed a security pact with the Solomon Islands. What does this mean? This means potentially that the Chinese could put a base there, a military base. And I really love this story so much. You know why? Because it exposes so perfectly the double standard, the hypocrisy of how, if China potentially puts a base in the Solomon Islands, which is 2,000 kilometers away from Australia, that's a threat to the Australians. It's a threat to the Americans. But NATO giving Ukraine weapons and training Ukrainians and dangling membership in front of them, that's not a threat to Russia. That's Putin propaganda. You're really funny. You're really funny. You're really, really funny. I should say 3,000 kilometers. In any case, let me show you the headline from the New York Times. And this is very funny because they changed the headline. It says, why a Chinese security deal in the Pacific could ripple through the world. That's not the original title. If you scroll down, originally they had given it another title. So hold on a second. I'm just gonna click on full article and scroll down, and you'll see underneath that the original title was "Why China's Security Pact with the Solomon Islands is a Threat." Oh, okay. So that's a threat. Okay. So let's see what's going on. Basically, this draft, the draft agreement was leaked last month in March. And the Australians made a big fuss about it because obviously they're very close to the Solomon Islands, or fairly close. And they've gone ahead and signed this, the Solomon Islands and China. And they are saying that this is to quell domestic unrest. Okay, so it's not about putting a Chinese base in the Solomon Islands. It's about the Chinese sending in or intervening in case there is, there are more protests or looting like we saw a few months ago. So this is what they say in the New York Times. They say that the Chinese and Solomons officials have both suggested that the security agreement is needed to ensure stability after several days of violent unrest in November aimed at both Chinese interests and the Sogavare government. In the draft, almost anything tied to China, from its citizens to small businesses to infrastructure to stadiums, like the one a Chinese contractor is building in the capital, Honiara, could be enough to spur a request for Chinese troops. Now, the Americans, as I said, are very angry about this. And they sent a delegation to the Solomon Islands, and they spoke with them. And here's what happened. I'm going to give you the readout from the White House about this visit, okay? So they say that on April 22nd, a high-level U.S. delegation, which was led by the National Security Council Indo-Pacific Coordinator Kurt Campbell. Christ, what a title. You can see their titles. I'm not going to read all of them. They visited Honiara in the Solomon Islands. The delegation met for 90 minutes with Prime Minister Sogavare, along with 24 members of his cabinet and senior staff. Okay? And this was the final leg of their trip in the Pacific. And what about the base? So what about the Chinese? Now, if we go down here, they say that the two sides engaged in substantial discussion around the recently signed... hold on, let me go back. The two sides engaged in substantial discussion around the recently signed security agreement between Solomon Islands and China. Solomon Islands representatives indicated that the agreement had solely domestic applications. So like we were saying, it's to quell unrest. But the US delegation noted there are potential regional security implications of the accord, including for the United States and its allies and partners. So just for you to visualize, these are the Solomon Islands, okay? Australia's right here, next door. And the United States is all the way over here, okay? So going back to the New York Times article, to the White House statement and what they were saying, they say that if steps are taken to establish a de facto military, a permanent military presence, power projection capabilities, or a military installation, the U.S. delegation noted that the United States would then have significant concerns and respond accordingly. So basically, they're threatening them. I'm translating that from diplomat to English. That's a threat. They're saying if you put a permanent Chinese base there, or you give them power projection capabilities, meaning that you give them a foothold, right? We're going to respond accordingly. That means we will bomb you. That's what it means. Make no mistake about it. That doesn't mean we're not gonna answer the phone when you call us. We're not gonna pick up. It means we'll bomb you. That's what it means. And again, look at the distance between the United States and the Solomon Islands. Look at that. These are the Solomon Islands, and the United States is over here. Let's just do a quick test, shall we? Let me right-click over here. Let me hit measure distance, and let's go all the way over here. Okay, to be fair, let's just look at Hawaii, at Honolulu. Okay, distance to here. What have we got? So 5,700 kilometers. That's 3,600 miles. So for the United States, the Solomon Islands, potentially, maybe having a Chinese base, almost 6,000 kilometers away is a security threat. But Ukraine, which shares a border with Russia, Ukraine having NATO training for interoperability, NATO weapons, potential NATO membership, that's not a threat to Russia. Oh no, that's a Putin propaganda. How dare you? I love the double standards. I love this because this comes at the right time. And we already knew this double standard exists. We already knew this. But it's so lovely to see it again in your face, although many people don't want to see it. And here, of course, is a headline from The Guardian, and they say the United States will not rule out military action if China establishes a base in the Solomon Islands. So Ambassador Daniel Crittenbrink, who's the Assistant Secretary of State for East Asian and Pacific Affairs, he was part of that delegation, right, of that 90-minute meeting with Sogavari, the Prime Minister. And he said that the United States' willingness to act in the region if a military base were established by China. This is funny. He says, of course, we have respect for the Solomon Islands sovereignty, but we also wanted to let them know that if steps were taken to establish a de facto permanent military presence, power projection capabilities, or military installation, then we would have significant concerns, and we would very naturally respond to those concerns. Gee, that's amazing. So you're allowed to have security concerns and respond accordingly, but not Russia. You're very funny. Do you see this sort of like this American exceptionalism? Like we are the adults. We are the only ones who are allowed to have security concerns. We get to decide what's a threat and we will respond accordingly. But you don't get to do that. You don't get to do that. And I love that we respect their sovereignty, but that's not what you said about Ukraine. That's not what you said about Ukraine. You're really funny. You're really funny. And this is to make no mention, of course, of Syria and Iraq and Afghanistan and so on and so on. That's to make no mention of the last, 70 years of CIA coups and US bombings. My goodness. Don't you love this hypocrisy? Look at the number of US bases in the Pacific. Just look at how they've basically surrounded China. They have US bases in Japan, as you know, of course. They certainly have a foothold in Taiwan politically, at the very, very least. I mean, who's the threat to who over here? Please, be honest, be objective. Look at this map. Look at the US bases, the Australian bases. Fair enough, Australia's here. It's their country. But with AUKUS, which I'll get to in a second, this changes, right? So look at the American bases. They're on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, an entire ocean away, on China's doorstep. And you want us to believe that China's a threat to the US? Really? It's funny. You're really funny. Now, of course, we have the other issue with AUKUS. So 6 months ago, I covered this live as it was breaking. There's a new military alliance that's formed between Australia, the United Kingdom, and the US. For short, it's called AUKUS. Yeah. And the idea behind that is, I mean, this is nothing new. You guys know that the United States, the US, the UK, they've been allies for a long time. You could also throw in New Zealand and Canada, especially in World War I, World War II. There's the Quad. There's, of course, ANZUS and everything. But I just want to show you something here about what AUKUS means, because it's a game changer in terms of what capabilities Australia has. It's not about, the US and Australia fighting together. That's nothing new. They fought together in Vietnam. That's nothing new. But with AUKUS, the United States and the UK would share, they would basically share cyber warfare capabilities. And on top of that, they would give 8 nuclear attack submarines to the Australians. 8 nuclear attack submarines. Now, just to explain what that means, that doesn't mean that the Australians are going to get nuclear weapons, because there are submarines that can fire nuclear weapons. They're talking about nuclear-powered submarines. So it's a submarine that can stay submerged underwater for many weeks, provided you have enough food for the crew and so on. But it doesn't need fuel. It runs on a nuclear reactor, and it's much more energy efficient, right? So they're going to give the Australians a new capability, which they do not have. They don't have nuclear-powered submarines. And on top of that, they're going to give them Tomahawk cruise missiles, okay? And Hobart-class destroyers, joint air-to-surface standoff missiles that are extended range, long-range anti-ship missiles, and those will be for its F-18 and F-35 aircraft, which they've already, begun the process of buying from the US. So this significantly, boosts Australia's military capability. There's no question. And I think it's completely absurd to look at this and then say, I wonder why China might put a base in the Solomon Islands. What, you think they don't know what you just did? You think the Chinese are not aware of AUKUS, that you're giving the Australians all of this awesome capability? Keep in mind, there's a huge spy station, a US spy station in Australia called Pine Gap, right? And that's been used, of course, in the so-called war on terror. It should really be called the war of terror. It gives the United States huge power projection capabilities. And of course, people jokingly refer to Australia as an unsinkable American aircraft carrier, because it really, the Americans have so many privileges in Australia. They can even use Australian military bases. They have their own ships that are docked there, planes, the spy station at Pine Gap. I mean, it's enormous. It's quite frankly enormous. You should never underestimate the degree to which Australia is integrated into the United States military. It plays a huge role. I know you don't hear about it much, but seriously, it plays a huge role, and especially with this pivot to China, which they've been talking about, right? Oh, we're done with Afghanistan. Let's go start some more shit. The pivot to the east, the pivot to China. So Australia has elections coming up very soon, right? And you have people in Australia, they're throwing mud at each other, basically saying, oh, look what you've done on your watch. The Australians, the Chinese are going to potentially put a base in the Solomon Islands. And Peter Dutton, who's he's a real character, this guy. He's the Australian Defense Minister. And look what he's saying now. He's saying that there's a dire China situation and fears of a chemical attack on ally. What's he saying then? Let's go down here and take a look. So Australia's defense minister has doubled down on concerns China is a growing threat, claiming the nation could mount a chemical attack in the next 4 years. Really? Did they give you a date and a time? That's so vague. That's so vague. I love these red lines they keep drawing. That, oh, if you use chemical weapons, that's the red line. Like, as if they don't use chemical weapons. Like, hypocrisy aside, just be clear with. I want to be clear with one thing. This chemical weapons red line is just an excuse that NATO countries use to bomb other countries, right? They've done it with Iraq. They've done it with Syria. That's what it really is. In any case, Peter Dutton is saying, I think the circumstances are as dire as they were in the 1930s. I'm happy to present the facts, and then people can draw their own conclusions. So they're actually comparing the present time to the lead up, to the build up towards World War II, which, I mean, listen, I agree the world is not really a safe place right now, especially what's happening in Ukraine, and especially with AUKUS. But I think that's a bit of a stretch. It's kind of like when they say, oh, the war in Ukraine is the biggest conflict in Europe since World War II. Like, they just conveniently leave out the part where NATO bombed the crap out of Yugoslavia. Very convenient. And they like try to specify in Europe, right? So you can't tell them, hey, hold on a second, who bombed Iraq and Afghanistan and Syria and Libya and Yemen, right? But we won't forget Yugoslavia. We won't forget that. But it's the same sort of thing. They try to like draw from this World War II, I don't know what to call it, nostalgia, epicness, whatever it is, to boost their claims. But it ends up just looking ridiculous. It's like when people say Putin is Hitler. Do you know what that means? That tells me you don't know anything about World War II or Russia, and you're actually minimizing the crimes of the Nazis and the crimes of Hitler, because this is an absurd comparison. It's an insult to everybody who died in World War II, everybody who died in the Holocaust, everybody who died fighting the Nazis. You're a fucking idiot. And this is the same line. Like, oh my God, it's World War II again. No, it's not. If it gets to a world war, the situation where we have a World War III, it's going to be entirely NATO's fault because they won't stop provoking China and Russia. But it's not comparable. The evil is coming from Wall Street in the military-industrial complex, so let's not get that twisted. Now, I want to show you, there's a clip of Peter Dutton, who's he's the Australian Defence Minister, and he went on, I think it was Sky News, to talk about this whole situation with the Solomon Islands. And I wanted to show you what he's saying. Look at this ridiculous quote.
Prime Minister Scott.
He's saying the only way that you can preserve peace is to prepare for war. Wow.
Look, it's a great day of commemoration for our country, and I think our country should be proud of the way in which we do it right across every small town and every capital city services, and the numbers aren't dwindling. I was at Kalanga RSL this morning, and even in the pouring rain, people were coming out with their kids and their grandparents, and they were honouring a fine tradition. We're not a lucky country by chance. People have fought for it and they've sacrificed, and many of those soldiers and those that have served in conflict are still living with those scars today, Carl. So pay tribute to our original Anzacs, but also to all of those men and women.
He's talking about Anzac Day, which is basically like, I think in the United States you would call it Veterans Day. In the UK, we call it Remembrance Day, so it's usually November 11th. Yeah, okay, sure, I get that, but I don't like how they try to draw off of that to basically justify new wars. I'm pretty sure that people that fought in World War II are not happy with what you're doing because they were actually fighting a threat, and this is just antagonism and trying to make money. In any case, I'll just fast forward to where he says this.
Pete, good morning to you. It's always such a big and important day, isn't it?
Look, it's a great day of commemoration for our country, and I think our country should be proud of the way in which we do it right across every small town and every capital city services, and the numbers aren't dwindling. I was at Kalanga RSL this morning, and even in the pouring rain, people were coming out with their kids and their grandparents, and they were honouring a fine tradition. We're not a lucky country by chance. People have fought for it and they've sacrificed, and many of those soldiers and those...
The Prime Minister this morning in Darwin also mentioned this new threat. The arc of autocracy, he called it when he addressed the huge crowds that were in Darwin.
The arc of autocracy. The arc of autocracy. Sounds like the axis of evil. Oh, God, they're so corny.
Main concerns in regard to that on this Anzac Day?
Well, Carl, I just think that's the reality of our time, and we have to have a proper understanding of it. We have to have a conversation and really be frank about the intelligence and the advice that we're receiving and reading. And as I say, we shouldn't take for granted that the sacrifice that was made by the Anzacs or those in World War II or in a replay and part of what's happened in the 1930s. And you don't need to over-egg it. The Chinese are, through their actions, through their words, on a very deliberate course at the moment. And we have to stand up with countries to stare down any act of aggression to make sure that we can keep peace in our region and for our country.
How are you going to handle that? Because, look, I know it's difficult to talk about this on Anzac Day, but it is happening. You're setting up a red line in the Solomons. I'm sure our diggers, it sends a shiver down their spine when they look at the potential of all of this. But how will you possibly stop it?
Well, Carl, the only way that you can preserve peace is to prepare for war and to be strong as a country, not to cower, not to be on bended knee and be weak. That's the reality. We are a country with a proud heritage that we commemorate today, the most important day on our calendar.
This is the kind of ridiculous, the drivel that they have. This is the drivel that they have to antagonize China. I want to show you just a very short clip. This is from Sogavari, he's the prime minister of the Solomon Islands. He's the guy who just signed the security pact with China and who the US delegation went to speak to for 90 minutes. And I just found this clip because they tried to oust him a few months ago with a vote of no confidence. Okay? Let's take a look at what he's saying here.
Not Bureaucratic science, why he had to use lawlessness and criminal activities to achieve his purpose, because the reasons are simply childish, frivolous, and vexatious. The whole thing is about the leader of the opposition and who else on the other side of the house wanting to be prime minister. That's what it is. You want him sit here?
Well, he's not messing around, is he? He goes on to call the opposition agents of Taiwan. So I think you can kind of get a little hint or a whiff of which way he's leaning, and he's not exactly a fan of the US and Taiwan. So I just want to be very clear. I think the most interesting thing about all of this is the hypocrisy, because look at the LA Times, what they said. The headline says, "If you think NATO is the real threat, you're falling for Russian propaganda." And then when it comes to China and the Solomon Islands, they say, "The US will not rule out military action if China establishes base in the Solomon Islands." And then the New York Times, they originally called their article, what did they say at the bottom? They said, "Why China's security pact with the Solomon Islands is a threat." You're very funny. You guys are really funny. Thank you again so much for proving my point. That, when the West, when the NATO, when AUKUS, they feel threatened, it's okay for them to attack somebody else because of a security pact. But trying to get Ukraine into NATO, giving it weapons, giving it NATO training and interoperability, that's not a threat to Russia. That's propaganda. You people are so lame. They are so lame, and they just prove again how everything we're saying is right. So it's nice to be vindicated. Obviously, I prefer that none of this is happening. We'd be far better off. But it's good, this is vindicating. It proves the point again, how the media, they always cover for the military-industrial complex, and they always make it seem like, the West, the white man, the West, they have the right to security, and they have the right to guarantee their security, and they can respond accordingly. And their sense of security must be taken seriously. But everybody else, you can go screw yourself. Go away, you don't matter. Your borders, your sovereignty, they don't matter. We're gonna keep poking you and provoke you, and if you claim that we're threatening you, that's propaganda. Because you are not equal to us. It's impossible for you to have security concerns like us.
The nature of the fight.
And on that note, let's take a look at what the US is saying about Ukraine now, what they're saying about Russia, because this is again such a mask-off moment, and they once again just prove everything that was saying right. So here, this is a headline from the BBC, and it reads, "The United States wants to see a weakened Russia." So you can see here, Secretary of State Blinken and Lloyd Austin, the U.S. Defense Secretary, meeting with Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, in Ukraine, in Kiev. And so they're saying U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said he hopes Russian losses in Ukraine will deter its leadership from repeating its actions elsewhere. And at a news conference in Poland after the visit, Mr. Austin told reporters that the U.S. wants to see Russia weakened to the degree that it can't do the kinds of things that it has done in invading Ukraine. Thank you so much for, again, saying the quiet part out loud, because what they're trying to hide from you in the media, they're lying to you about Ukraine. What they're trying to hide from you is the fact that what's happening in Ukraine is a proxy war. The United States, NATO, are trying to antagonize Russia. They're trying to weaken Russia. They're not my words. Those are the words of the U.S. Defense Secretary. They are trying to weaken Russia. So this idea that, we have to defend Ukraine's sovereignty, we have to protect Ukraine, this is nonsense. They don't care about Ukraine. If they cared about Ukraine, they wouldn't have poked Russia and tried to encircle it with NATO bases and made sure that the Minsk agreements are not followed, they wouldn't still be sending weapons to Ukraine, adding fuel to the fire. This is not diplomacy. So they are sacrificing Ukraine as a pawn to annoy Russia, to weaken Russia. And again, in his own words, here's the U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. Listen to him. Listen what he says.
As far as we can, as quickly as we can, to get them what they need. We want to see Ukraine remain a sovereign country, a democratic country, able to protect its sovereign territory. We want to see Russia weakened to the degree that it can't do the kinds of things that it has done in invading Ukraine. So it has already lost a lot of military capability and a lot of its troops, quite frankly. And we want to see them not have the capability to very quickly reproduce that capability. We want to.
Remember, Lloyd Austin, for those of you who don't know, he is currently the U.S. Defense Secretary, but the day before he took the job, do you know where he was working? He was a board member at the weapons manufacturer Raytheon. Look it up. It's, open knowledge. So this guy has a vested interest. He has a financial incentive to continue wars, to wage wars, and make sure they last as long as possible, because he and his friends at Raytheon make money from these wars. And you can just simply look up the stocks, Raytheon stocks, and how they've skyrocketed after the war in Ukraine began. Look at this. So this is just in the last year. You can see how starting from February, they've gone up from $93 a share all the way to $104, and then back to $99. I mean, this is something that you're going to see with Northrop. Let's look up Northrop. Or Lockheed Martin is another one. All of their stocks are up. How about BAE Systems, the British arms manufacturer? How are they doing? Stocks are up. I mean, this is obvious. These people make money from war. There's nothing surprising there. But just remember who is running the government. These people from these corporations are running the government, not guys who are striving for peace. They have a vested interest, and they are saying the quiet part out loud here. And I want to show you a clip from Lavrov, who's the Russian foreign minister, because this is dangerous. It's not just about, oh, this is morally reprehensible. You shouldn't be prolonging wars just to make money because you're killing people. Yes, obviously. This is the problem is that in addition to that, they're leading us down a very dangerous road. And perhaps he says it better.
Совсем недавно, в январе уже нынешнего года, реализовалась еще одна наша инициатива в этом же направлении. Вся пятерка постоянных членов Совета Безопасности ООН в привязке к планируемому началу обзорной конференции договора о нераспространении ядерного оружия сделала заявление такого же содержания. Все 5 лидеров подписались под констатацией недопустимости ядерной войны. И это наша принципиальная позиция. Мы из нее исходим. И, конечно, мне очень не хотелось бы, чтобы сейчас, когда, как вы и сказали, ссылаясь на Грэма Эллисона и других уважаемых политологов, когда действительно риски весьма и весьма существенные, очень не хотелось бы, чтобы эти риски искусственно раздувались, а желающих таких немало. Опасность серьезная, она реальна, ее нельзя недооценивать.
You know, a potential nuclear war is no joke. And I don't need to remind you, Russia has more nuclear weapons than any other country. The quantity is not really the point here. But, you know, these sorts of actions, you don't know where they go. Germany has gone from a quote-unquote neutral country to now a country that's rearming and sending heavy weapons to the Russians. I mean, at what point does this become critical in the sense that the Russians could seriously consider a nuclear war? It's really a gamble because you don't know. At the beginning, oh, we're just sending non-lethal aid. Oh, we're just sending a bunch of NLAWs or javelins. Oh, we're just sending defensive weapons. Oh, now we're sending heavy weapons. You don't think at one point the Russians might look at that and say enough is enough? And then, you know, this obviously could lead to a much more serious escalation, because the whole idea is that even in the Cold War, the Americans and the Russians, they never fought directly, right? Because a direct confrontation would mean World War III. It would mean a nuclear holocaust, a nuclear apocalypse. And now they're acting like this is a joke. You know, when the German chancellor says, I don't want to send heavy weapons to Ukraine because we might provoke Russia and then it leads to World War III, they laugh at him. They say, this is not a taboo idea. Everybody's sending heavy weapons. Come on. You don't want to be a Kremlin agent, do you? And then he caves, of course. But do you see how the rationale is irrational? The conventional wisdom now is that it's okay to risk a nuclear war. I'm not kidding. I see people all the time. I'm not talking about like random people on the internet. I'm talking about people in positions of power, in positions of influence, journalists, reporters, commentators, politicians that are you know, they're gambling with this idea of nuclear war. They think that it's a joke, that it's not serious, that if Russia hasn't used nuclear weapons until now, that it won't, and it never will, and that this is, you know, it's something to be scoffed at or laughed at. Look at this. One example of what I'm talking about. This is a retired 4-star general from the U.S. Army, and he's on with Nicole Wallace. Again, it's MSNBC, but let's take a look.
Quote, the Russian amped up nuclear threat is hard to fathom. I've dealt with nuclear strategy much of my life. A Putin threat of nuclear deployment after a failed conventional invasion is bizarre, illogical, not credible, madness. Russia could not survive.
From an intellectual viewpoint, and I have dealt with this issue throughout much of my adult life. You know, at the height of the Cold War, there were like 20,000 nuclear weapons on each side. It was utter madness, but it was stable. It was deterrence. They were never used. There was never a shot fired in Europe. Now we've got a lot less nuclear weapons in a lot more hands, and it's getting unstable. So Foreign Minister Lazaroff and Putin making these outrageous, irresponsible threats with nuclear weapons, it's hard to fathom. Either Putin's starting to unravel, some of that's true, a lot of it's undoubtedly a complete bluff, but it's horrendously unsettling. I mean,
what is he saying? He says that Putin's gone mad or it's just a bluff. Do you want to find out? Do you really want to find out if it's a bluff? It's not a fucking poker game. You really want to find out? You want to call this guy's bluff? Again, you can completely hate Russia and hate Putin. I don't care about that. I'm talking about the human race, man. You have multiple countries, given the UK and France. You know, we have multiple nuclear powers messing with each other here. This is not funny. And they keep saying, yeah, we'll just send a few weapons and then it becomes bigger, you know, higher caliber and so on. And I feel like they keep testing the waters, you know? They keep trying to test the limits and see how far they can go. And my point is that this is dangerous because it's not only disgusting that they're making money from it and they're prolonging the war and sacrificing Ukrainians, but it could very well lead to a larger confrontation, even though they claim, oh, it's indirect. How do you know the Russians won't change their minds the next day, or you do something that's genuinely an indication that it's not indirect, you're actually directly involved? This is my point, and it's very reckless and it's very dangerous. And all of this just so we can weaken Russia. Do you not have anything better to do? How many fucking bombs do you have to sell? How much money do you have to make before you stop? What's the end game? How many wars do these people have to do before they quit and they've had enough and they're satisfied? This is something that like a dying empire says. You know what I mean? The United States is so afraid of losing its position as the world hegemon that the acts of desperation start to increase. And I really hope that it doesn't implicate us all, because it's already implicating many millions of Ukrainians. And it's already tragic and bad enough. And the United States, you know, they simply have to accept that we're transitioning to a multipolar world. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Trying to destroy the planet just to avoid that, I think is extremely reckless. And, I don't think the Russians are bluffing. I really don't think they're bluffing. And again, it doesn't matter what you think. It's just you don't want to find out. This is not something that you should be gambling with. You know what I mean? I shouldn't have to spell it out, but apparently I do. And this is the norm on Western mainstream media. Like, yeah, don't worry about the nuclear war. It's fine. They're just bluffing. It's the Russians. They lie all the time. I don't want to find out, man. Yeah. Let me show you something interesting. I'm going to do a poll right now in the live chat, and I want you to vote on it. I'm going to ask you a simple question. Simple. I'm going to ask you, do you think sanctions on Russia are working? There you go. Vote and tell me what you think. Cheers. You guys are saying no. Wow, that's a lot of you. We've got 98% of you saying no, sanctions on Russia are not working. The chat is exploding. Okay, well, I've asked you the question, and now I'm going to show you something else, and we'll take a look and we'll see what's going on. Okay, just a moment. Okay. So again, my question to you guys was, are sanctions on Russia working? If you're watching on replay, please comment below in the comment section. But right now, we've got about 1,000 of you that have voted in the last few seconds. And 97% of you say no. Now, obviously, everybody's definition of working will slightly differ. I'm just going to show you the latest news. This is a headline from Reuters just yesterday. So this is April 26th. And they're saying, Russian ruble hits more than 2-year high versus the euro before steadying near 77. So just to be clear, they're saying that the Russian ruble, Russia's currency, is at its highest value against the euro in 2 years. Wow. That's intriguing, to say the least. It's very intriguing. Let's look at the dollar. $1 in rubles is 75. 75 rubles to the dollar. That's quite that's quite impressive, because if we look at October 2021, so I'm going well before the war, right? It was 72 to the dollar. If we look at February 6th, it was 75 to the dollar. So actually the ruble has gone back to exactly the same value it was before the war started. Now, obviously, this is not the only metric. This is not the only way that you can tell whether sanctions are working or not. You know, they say that sanctions are to punish Putin and punish oligarchs. We all know, and I covered this extensively, sanctions are economic warfare, and the only people that get hurt are civilians. So, you know, Putin's lifestyle, his wealth, his resources are not going to change. The same for Bashar al-Assad, for Maduro. It's not how this works. The idea is let's strangle this country and cause so much upset and misery that the people will rise up and get rid of this leader that we don't like for us. That's the whole idea. Nevertheless, this is at odds with what they've been telling us. They've been telling us they're going to destroy Russia's economy, and they were gloating about it, right? They were very happy about it. And the ruble's doing just as good as before the war as it was, I mean, with the US dollar, but we're talking about the euro. It's at a 2-year high. That's wild. That's wild. Now, of course, there are caveats. So let me walk you through this. They're saying the ruble had gained 0.3% to trade at 76.9 versus the euro. And that's its strongest mark since early March 2020. And it was 0.1% stronger against the dollar. Now, they're saying movements in the ruble are artificially limited by capital controls imposed by the central bank. So this is the criticism that a lot of people say. They say, yeah, you think the ruble's doing okay. You think the Russian economy looks good, but it's because of all these strict capital controls, it's all of the strict measures. For example, as soon as the sanctions on Russia came down, one of the measures they took was they ordered any company that's making most of its profits in a foreign currency, for example, dollars, to sell 80% of that in exchange for rubles. So that would, of course, drive up the value of the ruble. That's one example, of course. And we went through all of this, but let's continue. They're saying that movements in the ruble are artificially limited by capital controls imposed by the central bank, and the economy faces soaring inflation, capital flight, and the risk of a possible debt default after the West imposed tough sanctions. Russian companies due to pay income tax on Thursday, so that's April 28th, should give the ruble additional support this week. But the payment period for Russia's mineral extraction tax ended on Monday, which could limit upside for the ruble. So basically, it's already gone as much as it could, taking that into consideration. Payments in April may have hit a new record, say analysts, and then they say, quote, during this week, foreign currency sales by exporters after a recent easing of currency controls could practically end the ruble? I think they meant end the ruble. I misread. Currency controls could practically end, and the ruble probably will come under pressure. The market is also looking ahead to Friday's rate decision. So this is very important. The central bank is widely expected to cut its key interest rate by 200 basis points. So that's something where, again, the Russian central bank, they got half of their assets frozen, and suddenly they started imposing all these measures on interest rates, flight of capital. You saw queues of people lining up to withdraw all their money, and they also put restrictions that have helped the ruble go up. For example, one thing is making gas payments in rubles, right? They've told European countries or unfriendly countries, you have to pay us in rubles. And once again, when you're doing that, because the Europeans are paying 200 to 800 million euros a day to the Russians for energy. And they've bought more this quarter than usual. So my point is that every single day, you basically have 200 to 800 million euros worth of rubles that would be going to Russia under this new scheme. So obviously you have to buy a lot of rubles, and that drives up its value. It's not the only measure. We obviously just went through some of the others, but it is important, and it's at odds to what they're telling us. Here, this is a piece I just wanted to go through with you guys. Indian Express, and it says sanctions hit Russian economy, although Putin says otherwise. Nearly 2 months into the Russia-Ukraine war, the Kremlin has taken extraordinary steps to blunt an economic counteroffensive from the West. While Russia can claim some symbolic victories, the full impact of Western sanctions is starting to be felt in very real ways. As the West moved to cut off Russia's access to its foreign reserves, limit imports of key technologies, and take other restrictive actions, the Kremlin launched some drastic measures to protect the economy. These included hiking interest rates to as high as 20%, instituting capital controls, and forcing Russian businesses to convert their profits into rubles. Yeah, that's what I was just telling you about a few minutes ago, about the 80%. So as a result, the value of the ruble has recovered after an initial plunge, which you can see here. That was the plunge. On this graph, it's a rise, but it's the same. We're talking about a plunge compared to the dollar. And so last week, the central bank reversed part of its interest rate increase. Russian President Vladimir Putin felt emboldened and proclaimed, evoking World War II imagery, that the country had withstood the West's blitz of sanctions. So according to an economics professor at Indiana University, he says that the government wants to paint a picture that things are not as bad as they actually are. And they're saying in this article that things are that bad. So what are they pointing to? They're saying that Russia's enduring its worst bout of inflation in 2 decades. Rosstat, the state's economic statistics agency, has said inflation last month hit 17.3%, which is the highest level since 2002. The IMF, the International Monetary Fund, say consumer prices in developing countries are set to rise 8.7% this year, up from 5.9% last year. So that's just to give you an idea, right? That usually the rise should be between it should be from 5.9 last year and this year, they would rise 8.7. Meanwhile, in Russia, it's 17.3%. So again, inflation is a huge problem, right? Very, very big problem. When I was covering what's happening in Yemen, again, by comparison, they're saying it's bad in Russia because it's 17% inflation. Yemen has 40% inflation because of the Saudi-led fuel embargo, which is backed by the US and the UK. Again, like, just to give some context. But yeah, this is not good. Now, some Russian companies, the article says, have been forced to shut down. Several reports say a tank manufacturer had to stop production due to lack of parts. That's exactly what we were talking about earlier, right? US officials point to the closing of Lada Auto plants, a brand made by the Russian company Avtovaz and majority owned by French automaker Renault, as a sign of sanctions having an effect. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't think that's necessarily a sign of economic ruin. Just to give you a counterexample, when the United States pulled out of the nuclear deal in 2018, in May 2018, and Donald Trump reimposed sanctions on Iran, the banking sector, the oil sector, a lot of companies had made big investments in Iran after the nuclear deal was signed 3 years earlier, or 2 years earlier, and they had to suddenly pull out of Iran because they were afraid of being hit with secondary sanctions, right? Because the idea is that I'm punishing Iran. If you deal with Iran, I'll punish you too. I'll take your, I'll freeze your assets, I'll fine you, put you in jail. There's a multitude of things. That's how sanctions work. It's like we're going to isolate the target. And so that could just be Renault wanting to comply with the sanctions. Again, I'm not 100% sure, but that's what it looks like to me, because that's why many companies have pulled out of Russia. They don't want to be hit with sanctions. Moscow's mayor says the city is looking at 200,000 job losses from foreign companies shutting down operations. Again, that's mostly due to sanctions, but yes, this obviously impacts the economy, no question. More than 300 companies have pulled out, and international supply chains have largely shut down after container company Maersk, UPS, DHL, and other transportation firms exited Russia. Yep. Russia's facing a historic default on its bonds, which will likely freeze the country out of the debt market for years. And meanwhile, Treasury officials and most economists urge patience, saying that sanctions take months to have their full effect. If Russia can't get appropriate amounts of capital, parts, or supplies over time, that will cause even more factories and businesses to shut down, leading to higher unemployment. Honestly, it's kind of weird in a way when you read about this, because you have some people who are basically like gloating about it. Like, just wait, it's going to take some time, then they're really going to feel it. Again, man, this doesn't affect Putin at all. If that's your supposed target, it really just hurts Russians the most. They just said you have about 200,000 people losing their jobs. Is Putin losing his job? No. Those are ordinary Russians losing their jobs. But I get it. Because right now, the conventional wisdom is, you are an ordinary Russian, we want to punish you anyway. And that's why they're banning Russian players from competing at Wimbledon. There's a whole slew of issues, obviously, right? But they've basically, this is how sanctions work. They always claim, we're targeting this president or this government, and they always hurt the civilians. I told you this is going to happen. This is just one facet of that. Look at the... They're talking about the spike in prices. Residents of one Moscow suburb said 19-liter jugs of drinking water they regularly order have become nearly 35% more expensive than before. My goodness. In supermarkets and stores in their area, the price for 1 kilogram of sugar has risen 77%. Some vegetables cost 30% to 50% more. Do you see how they're ruining people's lives? I really struggle to see how this has any strategic value. I'm sorry, but you show me one example of sanctions working where you had the population rising up and getting rid of the leader because the State Department wanted them to. It doesn't exist. It only kills people. That's all it does. It literally kills people. Because they're telling you, it's hard to get replacement parts. Yeah, not just for, industry. The healthcare sector also can't get replacement parts. What do you think that does to people who depend on medical equipment, who need to go into hospital, who need to go into dialysis? What do you think that does to them? How does that punish the Russian government? It doesn't. It punishes Russians. And really, it's disgusting. They gloat about this. Now, on the flip side, they're talking about McDonald's. Honestly, that's not the issue here. That's really not the issue. I'm just going to finish by saying one thing. I'll tell you honestly, the sanctions are hurting Russia. There's no question. And does that mean it's the demise of Russia? I don't know. You can take it. Let's take Iran as an example. You know, Iran's been under sanctions for a long time. Up until the war in Ukraine started, so 2 months ago, Iran was the #1 sanctioned country, not Russia. Now Russia's #1. But before that, it was Iran. And if you look at Iran, while the sanctions are not easy, like, let's not minimize that, they made big strides. They made their own COVID-19 vaccine, right? That's not easy. They're one of the best countries in nanotechnology. They've developed a enormously capable defense industry, cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, which in their shoes, you need that. When you have so many enemies, you need that. And this is, of course, not even to make mention of all the other strides that they've taken. My point is that, yes, the sanctions hurt, but countries like Iran are very resourceful. And if Iran can do that, Russia can do that too. You really, like, people underestimate the Russians. They will come up with alternatives for everything. You know, it doesn't mean that it's going to be easy and that it's not hurting people, but I don't think that it's like, oh, it's a done deal. Just you know, it's like we put it in the oven. Just wait an hour, it'll be done. No, that's not going to happen. Putin's not going anywhere, and the Russians not going to get rid of him, because sanctions never work. They only hurt people, but they know this. And then they try to come and sell you this idea that it's like, oh, we're punishing Putin's oligarchs. Bullshit. Those people shit money. You're not punishing them. You're punishing civilians, but of course they're never going to tell you that truth. And I think there's a bit of an arrogance in there to think like, oh, well, it's just a question of time. The Russians are done with. No. This is not the same situation as usual. I told you many, many times that we're transitioning to a multipolar world. So this idea that the West holds all the keys and they control the levers and it's a done deal and they're going to get their way, I wouldn't be so sure. They've been sanctioning Syria and Iran for decades. Did the Islamic Republic go anywhere? Did the Ba'athist Party go anywhere? No, they're not going anywhere. Putin's not going anywhere. And right now, what's happened in Ukraine is they've basically shoved Russia into China's arms. And, China, Russia, they have their own alternatives to SWIFT. I really doubt that it's just from one day to the next, they're going to suddenly have this booming financial payment system, or a financial and payment system that can rival SWIFT. Of course not. That's going to take a long time. But in the long run, I think that this was really a strategic blunder, because they say, Putin miscalculated. Yeah, maybe you could say that in the short term inside Ukraine, but on a global scale, I wouldn't be so sure, because you've taught Russia a lesson, but not in the way that you wanted to. You're teaching Russia a lesson not to depend on the West for anything ever again. And by extension, as a result, subsequently, the Russians are going to go and look elsewhere. And you're going to see the emergence of a more powerful Russia, a more powerful China, a multipolar world. And, if your whole idea is to protect the West and protect Western hegemony, you just screwed up. So while the mainstream media, they want to laugh at Russians not being able to buy groceries and suffering and losing their jobs, the irony is that people in Germany are also paying more. People in Europe are paying more. Just tell me right now in the comments, where are you guys living? Are you in the States? Are you in Europe? How much are you paying for gas? I've seen many of my followers and my fans telling me they're paying like $4 or $5 a gallon. And again, I have to talk about Yemen. They're paying $9.50 a gallon in Yemen. Can you imagine? One of the poorest countries on earth. Just to put that into context, how much are you paying? Luke is saying $6 a gallon. Dark Cloud says $6 a gallon. Yeah, let's be clear. Like, this didn't just start with the war in Ukraine. Even before that, you had a fuel and an energy crisis in Europe, in the West, and that's not even to make mention of the Fed and their outrageous printing. But on top of that, you cannot deny, I mean, we looked at this together, you see how once the US and the UK, they start sanctioning Russian energy imports, the prices go up even further. And Biden, all of a sudden, he's telling the truth, and he says, yeah, there are going to be food shortages. Well, hold on a second, you didn't say that before. I'm pretty sure no one would be, hell-bent on your little project to arm Ukraine to the teeth and arm Nazis in Ukraine if they knew there were going to be food shortages and gas is going to be who knows how much a gallon in later on. And of course, in Europe, you're going to see a lot of disruption, people losing their jobs because, as they get less and less Russian energy or the prices go up, you can't just expect every industry or service sector or or agriculture to keep up. So the irony here, I think, and again, I take no pleasure in saying this at all. On the contrary, it's bad. You're seeing for once the West sanctioning another country, but this is not just any country. It's Russia. It's a huge country. It's a very important country. The Europeans depend on it, and now the West are going to feel those sanctions themselves. Usually they don't. The British government and the Americans, they go and sanction Iran and Syria, and people in the UK, in Europe, they don't even know what a sanction is. You tell them sanctions, they're like, what is that? They think it's like some peaceful alternative to war. They have no clue. They're living in this, this bliss, this ignorance. But this time is different, and the food prices are going up in Germany, and the gas prices are going up, and you want to laugh at Russia. I wouldn't be so arrogant. I really wouldn't be so arrogant. Remember also, Russia supplies a lot of fertilizer. Russia is one of the world's main fertilizer suppliers. This is just from a few weeks ago. German consumers to be hit by further price hikes in supermarkets. I covered this with you guys, right? And then, as I was telling you, Russia is known as the world's top fertilizer seller. The increasing costs are now forcing farmers to cut back on production or use less fertilizer, which means they could have to harvest smaller crops, right? And they're talking about the US, of course. So this is having a huge ripple effect worldwide, and I wouldn't be so quick to shrug it off and laugh at it and think, oh, it's just a question of time. The Russians done for. Man. Car is saying, isn't Aldi cheap? Yeah, I mean, it's cheaper than other places, but they've raised their food prices now because of the war. So, let me continue, guys. I want to show you something. This story just keeps getting more outrageous. It's quite something. It's quite something. I'm just shocked. I'm shocked. Thank you, Daniel, for your super chat. Daniel says Ukraine wants to join NATO to fight Russia. I can't send the link, but search for must see. Okay, well, I'm just gonna copy this whole thing. Thank you for the recommendation. I'll try and go through this at the end when I finish all of the things I wanted to show you. Thank you, Veronica, for the super chat. You're very kind. Man, I completely forgot to check my phone. Give me a second. We've got a donation on PayPal, and this is from AS. Thank you very much, AS. I don't see a comment or a note, but you're very kind. And I've actually completely forgot to plug the show, but whatever. I'll do that at the end. We haven't had any crab dances. I'm going to play one anyway, just in a bit. So, hold on a second. Just give me a second to get some water, and I'll be right back, and we'll continue. Don't go anywhere. I'll play the break video, and we'll continue in a second, okay? Stay right there.
Once again, asking for your financial support.
A is for
all men and women created by go. You know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
Excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night. The phone, make sure the kids hear work.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African American woman that ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
R is for
Rest her soul, and although she's your mom's still alive.
S is for
Send a text to the word united.
T is for
Truth over facts.
U is for
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
V is for
Don't vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much.
W is for
Wait, you're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
X is for
Xi Jinping.
Y is for
And you ain't black.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by you know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious.
All right, guys, we're back. We're back. It's great to be here with you. Thank you, Trevor, for the donation on Cash App. You're very kind. And thank you to Kathy for joining on Patreon. I appreciate that very much. I think right now, I don't know what the number is. We're at something ridiculous. 842. Hold on a second. So we are just 8 people away, 8 subscribers away from meeting the goal. That's great. So again, Patreon is basically where you can donate monthly to support the show. You can do whatever amount you like. And when somebody joins, as Kathy just did, I play a crab dance. So again, we just need 8 more people to join. I hope you guys will indulge me and support the show if you like my work. Let's go. Everybody show Kathy some love. Here's a crab dance.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line, claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch out.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحه يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll have 2 number 9s. The number 9 large. We got him. I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Thank you very, very, very much. That's a crab dance for those of you who are uninitiated. Again, I'm so grateful for your support. Let me continue with the news and bring you up to speed on what's happening. You guys recall I told you about this new plan from the British government to send refugees to Rwanda, right? They want to send them there for processing and to remain there. Now, to make things worse, just to show you how utterly despicable this plan is, when Priti Patel, who's the UK Home Secretary, she went to Rwanda to sign the agreement. Do you know what happened? Look at this headline from The Guardian. They say Rwanda genocide survivors moved out of hotels so Priti Patel could inspect it. Yeah, you read that correctly. So survivors of the Rwandan genocide who currently live in the hostel that will house asylum seekers sent from the UK were dispatched on a day trip to prevent them disrupting the visit of Home Secretary Priti Patel. This is from The Observer. Patel toured the hostel known as Hope House, where she was in when she was in Kigali to sign the deal with Rwanda. Her visit was carefully managed by both the Rwandan authorities and the Home Office to present the plan in the best possible light. The proposal has been widely condemned as inhumane, illegal, unworkable, and prohibitively expensive. Critics have included Tory MPs and peers, the UN's Refugee Agency, and the Archbishop of Canterbury, who said in his Easter Sunday sermon that the scheme does not stand the judgment of God. Now, the asylum seekers from the UK, they'll be housed at Hope House, which is this facility built to provide them accommodation, and they will... Sorry, just going back. So this Hope House, where the UK asylum seekers will be, was built for survivors of the Rwandan genocide. So between 150 and 190 young people that were orphaned in the genocide in 1994. Many of the survivors have now moved out, but those who remain have spent most of their lives in the hostel and have limited resources. On the day of Patel's visit, 22 residents were told by authorities they were being taken on a 56-mile round trip to the southern town of Bugesera, where they spent much of the day viewing genocide memorials. After returning to Kigali, they were taken to Parliament to see another memorial. They returned to Hope House after the British officials had gone. That's disgusting, honestly. That is really that's really disgusting. I mean, they're basically treating them like children, like, you know, like pets or something. Like, here, come along, get in the bus. What the hell is this? Do you know how disgusting this is? This reminds me of the other heinous story that we covered a few days ago, where Germany is displacing Afghan refugees to make way for Ukrainians. So basically, if I understood correctly, they're going to displace Rwandan refugees, or I should say survivors of the Rwandan genocide, for refugees and asylum seekers coming in. At the very least, this treatment that they've done to kind of just like get them out of the way, like there's some sort of inconvenience. Like we don't want you seen by the Home Secretary. How, like, you're embarrassing. What kind of disgusting stuff is this? This is really, really something else. My goodness. So this is the place that they'll keep them in. I showed you a tiny video of it the other day. This is Hope House, right? This is the hostel. And they're saying in another piece by The Guardian, asylum seekers flown to Rwanda by the British government will be put in a no-frills hostel a mile away from Kigali city center. No frills, basically, it's stripped down. So people fleeing war and persecution will be taken to a guest house built in 2014, which only has 50 rooms available. Although there are plans to expand the facility, Hope Guest House, a privately owned hostel in the Gasabo district, is currently being used for tourist accommodation. However, given Britain's growing asylum backlog, a hostel that can accommodate only 100 people, if there are 2 people to a room and guests share communal bathrooms, falls well short of what is required as part of the Home Office's immigration strategy. There are just 12 toilets and 5 showers for about 100 people, and 3 by 3.6 meter bedrooms with 2 beds in each, so that's 12 by 12 feet. And they plan on building more accommodation blocks, eventually offering 150 rooms and able to sleep up to 300 people. But they haven't said how long this will take. I mean, honestly, I don't even know what to say about this, because they were giving us the latest figures. They said 28,000 people crossed the channel, the English channel, last year. And keep in mind, according to the BBC, most of them were given refugee status, so they are legitimate refugees. And how they come to the UK is irrelevant. That's not a requirement under the international law or the Refugee Convention. they don't have to stop in the first safe country either. My point is, though, you have thousands of people coming, and they're saying they only have space for 300. If they actually build the expanded accommodation, there's something fishy going on here. They are either woefully underprepared and lying about the feasibility of this plan, or they're just trying to get it through the door, and then they'll come up and say, oh, look, we got to spend all these hundreds of millions of pounds to build extra accommodation or build a camp over there. And this is how it goes, right? Because in Australia, they tried the same thing. They were bringing asylum seekers, and instead of keeping them in Australia, you know what they did? They went and put them on islands, like literally on islands. They put them in Papua New Guinea or on Nauru, which, again, I mean, just so you understand what I'm talking about, look how far Nauru is from Australia. It's literally in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Look, it's in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. So they were bringing them from Australia and putting them there. And it's not funny, man, because I interviewed a bunch of people who were, you know, who went to Australia as refugees, and they were given refugee status, but they were housed for years in these offshore detention centers. And then they were brought into Australia in what was the medevac thing. So they were basically cooped up in a hotel in Melbourne, and they couldn't leave even during the pandemic. And my point is that they suffered greatly. They suffered physically and psychologically. And, you know, private contractors made a lot of money from this. A lot of money from this. I really don't think that you should underestimate how lucrative this business is, this idea of, you know, let's put people in offshore detention. This is from The Guardian. And look at what they said last year in 2021. They said that Australia will spend almost $3.4 million for each person in offshore detention. $3.4 million. I mean, you could buy them, you could just buy them a mansion with that money. Literally buy them a mansion. So you're not only spending millions and millions of taxpayer money to line your friends' pockets in the private sector, but also making people suffer in horrific conditions. Do you see how lucrative this is? And they did this for years in Australia. And the sickening, disgusting thing is you have somebody like Alexander Downer. So he was one of the people, I mean, again, this is before the offshore detention that we were talking about in 2015, 2016, and medevac. He was in the Australian government in the early 2000s. And they've brought him in, the UK Home Office, to promote their plan to send refugees to Rwanda. They've brought in Alexander Downer, who used to be in the Australian government, to sell this idea, who is responsible for, I mean, immense suffering of asylum seekers. And look at this video.
No one will end up being able to reside in the UK if they pay a people smuggler. Well, basically it's a racket which is run by people smugglers to make money, and they make huge amounts of money.
The irony, he's talking about himself and his friends.
To this is conflicts around the world, which is leading to uncontrolled migration. 80 million desperate.
No. Do you see, God, they lie, every sentence is a lie. It's not migration. A refugee is not a migrant. They're fleeing war. But they don't want you to know that, especially when Australia and the UK and the US are the ones creating the refugees and starting the wars. So, you know, they have to paint it like, oh, it's just people searching for a better life, which that as well, I don't even know why that's a bad thing. Like, how dare you try to live a better life? How dare you? Wow.
People.
Some because they're from failed states, some because of climate change, and some...
Failed states? Wow. Imagine being a British official and saying, oh, these people are from failed states. Really, I wonder why they're failed states. Wouldn't have anything to do with the UK invading them or destabilizing their countries, would it? You pompous prick.
Some are economic migrants.
And that's when desperate people can be preyed upon by these evil criminal gangs who profit from human misery. And then, of course, when they arrive in Europe, they become vulnerable to being further trafficked or smuggled.
When migration is safe and organised and regularised, it can be a huge contribution.
We do have those safe and legal routes.
Lie. That's a lie. That is a flat-out lie. It's a complete lie. There is no safe or legal route to come to the United Kingdom if you are an asylum seeker, you're seeking refuge. There's no route. The law says you must be on British soil in the United Kingdom to claim asylum. You have to come to the UK, and there is no safe and legal route. You cannot say, hey, I'm fleeing war. Can you please give me a temporary visa so I can come to British soil? I can fly there and then make an application. That doesn't exist. Many people have suggested that, and they won't implement it. They force refugees to come on boats and drown, and then they say, why aren't you coming through the safe and legal route? What safe and legal route? There isn't one, because you made sure there isn't one. And yet the law says you have to be on British soil. So it's like a catch-22. They're so disgusting. They're so disgusting. And then say that, oh, these gangs are preying on human misery. What? That's what you're doing. You're making money from housing people in camps in Australia, in the UK, sending them to Rwanda. Like, don't sit there and tell me that someone isn't going to make money from this. They are. And of course, I'm not talking about like individual people in the video here. I'm talking about the institution, the establishment, right? So my point is that the UK, centuries of colonialism, and again, I'm not even like anybody who tells you that imperialism doesn't exist anymore, that the British Empire just like suddenly vanished in 1945 and no one is suffering because of British imperialism today is a complete clown, and you should disregard them and just not engage with them because they are liars or clowns. And the idea that, you know, economic migrants, they just happen to be fleeing their country and risking drowning for no reason because they want like a better salary or something. No. There's a reason you have developed countries and undeveloped countries. Somebody stole and plundered for hundreds of years human beings, turning them into slaves, resources, natural resources, and they continue to do that now with multinational corporations. And they're like, I wonder why that country's poor. Why are these people leaving? Why are they coming here? Like, as if they have nothing to do with it, right? Like, it happened in a vacuum. I loathe this dishonesty, this historical revisionism, this arrogance. Like, they stab you in the back and they say, oh, I guess you just fell on a blade. Like, it's nothing to do with it, right? Wow.
And we're continuously expanding those.
Well, I think we all acknowledge that the current asylum system is broken.
If you can transmit a message to people smugglers, no one will end up being able to reside in the UK if they pay a people smuggler.
It's really important.
Again, that's not true. Look, man, if you are a refugee, it doesn't matter how you come to the UK. If you paid a people smuggler, again, I'm not endorsing that. I'm just trying to make it very clear what the Refugee Convention, what international law says. If you came to the UK by submarine or parachute or spaceship or a bicycle is irrelevant. Irrelevant. If you are a genuine refugee, the government looks at your application and says, yes, you have reasonable cause to flee war and we recognize you as a refugee. That's it. Who said you can't legally reside in the UK? They just made this up. Look, either they are lying or they are openly saying that they don't want to abide by their legal responsibility under the Refugee Convention. And I think it's both of them, but mainly the latter. They are just violating the Refugee Convention, which is ironic because the UK not only signed it, but helped to write it.
That countries work together internationally to break up these international smuggling groups.
So we have set out through our new plan for immigration and also through our Nationality and Borders Bill how we do intend to tackle it to make the system fairer and yet firmer so that we can protect the British people and the taxpayer, but also have a safe route for those people who we genuinely want to help because they are victims and they are refugees.
It will ensure that access to the UK asylum system is based on genuine need and not just the ability to pay people smugglers.
But you can only destroy their model by guaranteeing that people cannot get to the UK courtesy of a people smuggler. Otherwise, you can't destroy their model.
Again, just to tell you how dishonest this is, when you come to the UK and you make an asylum application or refugee application, they don't care if you paid a people smuggler. This is just some marketing nonsense that they're saying. They are saying that anyone who comes to the UK illegally, which makes no sense. But anyway, they're saying, however you come to the UK, even if you're a real refugee, we're going to send you to Rwanda. and you're going to be processed in Rwanda too, right? So am I being clear? It doesn't matter how you come to the UK. They're just using this as an excuse. It doesn't matter how you come to the UK. They're still going to send you to Rwanda, because the idea is that everybody who's under 40, who's a male, and comes illegally to the UK, which I mean, I don't understand what that even means, because when you seek asylum, that's a legal process. So it's like, how can that be illegal? It's literally a legal process. You're making a legal application. I don't understand what that means. It's just marketing nonsense. And you know, they mentioned, you heard them mention the Nationality and Borders Bill. And this is really something, you know. This is really something, because the Nationality and Borders Bill, I mean, I'm just going to tell you briefly, because I've covered this before and all the horrible legislation they're putting through in the UK. But one thing that they can do under the Nationality and Borders Bill, they can strip you of British citizenship, right? So anyone who's a British citizen, they can take away your citizenship without even telling you. Before, there was a requirement that they have to tell you. And now they're amending that to say that, well, if we're not able to contact this person, we don't have to tell them, and we can just take away their nationality, which is so abstract and vague. What does that mean? You weren't able to contact them. You rang them once and they didn't pick up. You sent them 50 letters. Like, what does that mean? How did you... There's no specification. It's just extremely vague. And, you know, of course, it's very easy to say, oh, but they only do that for terrorists now. And everybody goes, great. Who likes terrorists, right? Yeah, it starts like that. And then it becomes, oh, we don't like this person for criticizing us. We don't like that particular journalist. He's a problem. He's giving us a headache, and so on and so on. That's how it always begins. And I want to show you from the United Nations their response to these proposed changes in the Nationality and Borders Bill and what they think of how it affects refugees. So again, this is 17th of March, okay? And the UN's top rights official urged the UK to reconsider proposed changes to its border policy. And they're talking specifically about the Nationality and Borders Bill, and they say that the UK government has to abide by international human rights law and the Refugee Convention. Because if they don't amend these proposals, this new law would penalize people who enter the UK by irregular means as if they were criminals, right? And again, the British government leave you no choice. You have to enter by irregular means. They don't give you any choice. And so any such development would contravene international law and standards and separate asylum seekers arriving in the UK into two tiers, violating the right of each person to an individual assessment of their own protection needs. So again, that's basically the idea. Is you know, you're fleeing war, or I don't know, you know, political, sexual, political persecution, or because of your sexual orientation. There are many reasons for, you know, making an asylum application. It's not just war, but whatever the reason it is, they're basically going to be, you know, separating people into two tiers and treating them like criminals just for daring to make an asylum application, as if people are, you know, they have nothing better to do than to risk drowning and come all that way. I mean, here's from the Refugees Council, the Refugee Council's website, right? So they're one of the biggest organizations in the UK for refugees, and they say fundamental to the bill, so the Nationality and Borders Bill, is the government's intention to block or criminalize all people seeking refugee protection arriving in the UK outside pre-arranged schemes, including those coming via irregular routes such as by boats or lorries. Those are often branded illegal by the government, despite the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees having said this is at odds with people's rights under the UN Refugee Convention, and the High Court recently ruling the government was wrong to claim such journeys were illegal. So this is exactly what I was telling you. Not only is making an asylum application a legal process by definition, and so it cannot be illegal, but on top of that, the Refugee Convention itself takes into consideration, when it was written in 1951 and Britain signed it, it takes into consideration that refugees are fleeing really unstable situations. Of course, they are going to come by irregular means. Like this idea that you can expect them to have, you know, the right resources, and the knowledge and I would even say the physical and mental strength to do everything regularly, whatever that means in this context, because they don't offer that, is stupid. And honestly, if the United Kingdom doesn't want to abide by the Refugee Convention, then why did it sign it and help author it? This is irresponsible. It's literally illegal, and it's in violation of international law. And I think it's very disgusting that you have this sort of like cheap video from the Home Office, where they're bringing in Australians who, again, I've covered those offshore detention centers and how horrible they are, to kind of market that like as if like those are the last people on earth that that inspire any confidence and make me want to support this refugee this idea that we send refugees to Rwanda or criminalize them under the Nationality and Borders Bill. Like, you just confirmed that everything you're doing is exactly what I suspected, that it's going to be similar to what Australia did, and even worse, actually, because Australia, Australia was saying that for the processing part, where they're processing your application, they're going to keep you offshore, which is, again, it's very bad. But once you're processed and they see you're a real refugee, you can come to Australia. The British they're not even saying that. They're saying we don't want you at all, even if you are a real refugee, which is ridiculous because, again, a signatory. And I want to show you just very quickly. This is from Article 31 of the United Nations Refugee Convention in 1951. And you can see what they're saying here. Hold on, I'm just going to go back up to the first one, which I wanted to show you, which is up here. And they say, it is always possible that some refugees will have justification for undocumented onward travel, such as threats or insecurity in the country of first refuge. And then, of course, if we go back and to this idea of irregular means of travel, right? Yeah, here, it is, again, Article 31 that's being highlighted here. Under the convention, subscribing states must give sanctuary to any refugee who seeks asylum. And they say, though, that they're by no means bound to facilitate their arrival. Fine. But you have to process them correctly, right? So this idea that visa requirements and carriers' liability has made it well nigh impossible for refugees to travel to countries of refuge without false documents. So the point that they're trying to raise here is that you cannot penalize a refugee or an asylum seeker for using false documents or, traveling through an irregular means, because you don't really leave them much choice, especially, what the UK is doing. And that doesn't remove their right or take away their right to make an application. Now, again, I just wanted to show you something from here. This is from Richard Bergen, who's a member of parliament in the UK. He said that I just voted for an amendment to the Nationality and Borders Bill to ensure that our treatment of refugees stays compliant with the 1951 Refugee Convention. The Tories just voted it down. Why is that so controversial? Why would you vote against that? Just like saying, I table this amendment not to burn puppies alive. And they're like, no. Why would you vote against that? This is really so indicative of what's going on. Mind you, I want to be very clear. Labour Party is not any better. You have some decent people, sure. I don't want to, discard the entire thing, but the vast majority of the Labour Party are kind of what you have in the Democrats, right? They're not really in opposition to the establishment. Well, how should I put it? Because right now, Labour is the opposition. In the US, Democrats are in charge. My point is that Democrats, Republicans are very much alike and in cahoots the same way Labour and Conservatives or Tories are. So just a slight point that I wanted to make. And going back to Australia, this is from Reuters in 2017, and they say that asylum seekers win $53 million detention settlement from the Australian government. So nearly 2,000 asylum seekers held in a remote detention center in Papua New Guinea. So again, Papua New Guinea, and there's Nauru on the marker. Nearly 2,000 asylum seekers held in a remote detention center in Papua New Guinea for more than 2 years will receive 70 million Australian dollars. So in US dollars, that's 53 million. In compensation after the Australian government agreed to settle their court case on Wednesday. I mean, it's a prison, really. Some 1,905 men who were detained at the facility between November 2012 and December 2014 filed legal claims last year against the Australian government and 2 contractors who ran the camp on Papua New Guinea's Manus Island. The camp is one of 2 Australian facilities for processing asylum seekers, and these have been criticized, of course, by the UN and rights groups because of their allegations of systemic abuse and harsh conditions. I've interviewed several people who were in these camps, and it's on the channel. But I've also heard other interviews where they were referring to children by numbers, like they don't even have a name. I mean, it's really astonishing and dehumanizing. So the Australian government paid this compensation, right, these $53 million among the former detainees according to their length of detention and the severity of the injuries and illnesses that they had suffered as a result. So honestly, my point here is that you can see that the system, this offshore detention system in Australia was so bad that, asylum seekers literally sued the Australian government and got paid compensation. So if you think that the UK version is going to be any better, you're in for a shock. And I've told you this, that not only is all of this in violation of international law, but it's also about making lots of money for private contractors. And this initial figure that the British government has given, about 120 million pounds. So I guess that would be roughly 150 million US dollars. I can assure you it's going to be way higher. Way higher. Even if it was free, it's still inhumane and it's wrong and it's illegal. So I don't know why they're bringing people like, Alexander Downer, thinking that this is going to give their plan any sort of clout or curry favor with anyone. They're sorely mistaken. Sorely mistaken. And every day I read more and more about this, I'm just more and more disgusted. So just one moment. I just need to type something, guys. All right, so, thank you very much to Veronica for the super chat, and Tony, thank you for the donation. Tony's asking a question I already know the answer to, but the chat is confused about. Does a refugee need to apply for refugee status prior to entry into a country? Obviously, it's a new person who's confused. No, you can't do that. That's the point. You have to be in the country to apply for refugee status. That's the whole point. That's what makes this so stupid, because the law is basically, the British government is saying you have to come on British soil to make an application. But if you come here illegally, we're going to send you to Rwanda. What do you mean illegally? You've given no legal routes. How else are you supposed to come? Do you see how ridiculous this is? You cannot go to a British embassy and apply for refugee status. This doesn't work like that. You have to be on British soil. And of course, you'll have people who say, but why are they going through safe countries? Why don't they stop there? Are you high? Most refugees are in those first safe countries. Turkey has 2 million Syrian refugees. Syria took in at least 1 million Iraqi refugees when the UK and the US invaded Iraq and destroyed it. Those countries are taking in most of the refugees. The UK doesn't take in shit. That's the whole thing. They create these refugees, they create these wars, and then take in like trickle amounts. Like they take in barely nothing and still fucking complain. Lebanon and Syria and Turkey, they have way less resources and are still managing and opening their arms to victims of war. And we, I should say, the UK and the US, like we create those refugees and then fucking complain about them. This is so morally reprehensible. It's so morally bankrupt, really. I'm angry at them, not at the question. The question's a very good one. I just, they're really ridiculous. And they put all these obstacles. Like, it's totally fine to have like British troops invading Iraq. But if you as an Iraqi, like not even a refugee, you just want to come on holiday to the UK, they make you jump through 50 million fucking hoops. Like, what is that double standard? It's so disgusting and dehumanizing and arrogant. And Poland has taken at least 2 million, over 2 million Ukrainian refugees. Yeah, no problem, Tony. You're more than welcome. I hope that explains it. And the thing is, Poland has taken a lot more refugees from Ukraine than anyone else. I think if you look at, what was it? In terms of numbers, it's certainly the most. But hold on, I'm going to look something up for you because I heard this earlier, and I just don't want to get it wrong. 1 second. Yeah, so this is from a few hours ago. Moldova is taking in more Ukrainian refugees per capita than any other country. So just so you're not confused, Poland has the biggest number, but per capita, it's Moldova. And again, these countries, they do not have the resources that so-called developed countries have. And ironically, it's the same developed countries that create the refugees. And they do much more. They really carry the burden. I don't think it's fair to complain then. So I have a donation over here. This is on PayPal and it's from James. It says, thanks for what you do. Having access to the truth is everything. You're most welcome, James. And this is, I'm happy you say that. And this is why I don't do paywalls, because my idea is like, everybody should have access to the news, especially in a world where, that is dominated by corporate media, by mainstream media. And I'm trying my best, and I'm very grateful that you guys are all here. And thank you for your support. You're very kind. Wow, we have a bunch of you that just signed up on Patreon. That's quite amazing. We have Jason, Benjamin, Kara, and Matthias. Thank you guys so much. That's nuts. We are now at 846. So we are only 4 subscribers away from hitting our goal. So thank you guys so much. I'm going to play a crab dance for you. And there's also a donation here from Law. Thank you very much. In any case, thank you guys. Let me play you a crab dance, and I appreciate your support.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line, claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch out.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انت كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me? Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have 2 number 9s. Number 9 large.
we got him.
I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous. Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Thank you guys so much. I'm so humbled, and it's really great opening the plaque with you. I got it yesterday, but I wanted to wait, or before yesterday, and I could have opened it, but I was like, no, I have to do this live. I have to do it with you guys, and that was really a lovely moment. It's it's really crazy. Thank you again so much for subscribing and supporting the show, and again, I have to nag you guys. Please don't just subscribe on YouTube. Please make sure you subscribe on a second website, just so we keep the channel safe, you know? This is Telegram. Telegram is a messaging app, so when I go live, you'll get a notification, or when I post a video, you'll never miss one, because YouTube, you might have notifications on, but they don't always send you. So this way you can make sure that you always get them. And it's free. It's completely free. The other option is the email newsletter. So that's Substack. It's just richardmedhurst.substack.com, and you just type in your email, and that's it, and hit subscribe. And of course, if you'd like to watch the show on other platforms, I'm on Rockfin, Rumble, and Odyssey. And everything I just mentioned is completely free. I don't charge anything for any of my work. Everything I do is completely free and always accessible, including the live streams. So I hope you enjoy it, and thank you. Just 1 second. I still wanted to do something with you guys. That's really nice. We have Colin, who just joined on Patreon. Excuse me. Thank you, Colin, very much. That's 847. I think Claudia is going to have to make us a new crab dance soon, because every time we hit the milestone, we do a crab dance. She's very kind. She just changed the graphic. Look, last time it was like this, 823. And now, Claudia just updated it to 846, and it's already outdated because we're at 847. You guys are amazing. I'm so grateful, and I'm kind of nervous because I promised you, if we get to 1,000, inshallah, I will make a piñata, and I will ask you. I will we'll make a poll on what politician should be the piñata. So that's we're getting very close. Wow. Thank you very much, guys. I haven't plugged the show, so please allow me to do that. I don't know how long we've been going on, but basically this is Patreon. You can donate $2 a month or €1 a month, whatever you like. And of course, if you want to do a one-time thing, there's also PayPal and CashApp and so on. Yeah, and again, some of you were asking me where I got this from. Again, this is my merch, and Mona, she helped me make it. I gave her the design for some of them, and she turned them into this. So if you want to get the same thing, it's store.richardmedhurst.com. That's the link. There's the lion. It's somewhere down here. I don't remember where it is. Yeah, this one. Right. So it's really great. I love it, and she did a great job, and I'm really happy I have it. This is the thing that I came up with. Uncle Joe's Rainbow Coalition Death Cult. Oh, by the way, that reminds me. I'm gonna do hold on. Let me do like a tiny segment with you guys on something. But yeah, that's basically what Joe Biden's administration is. You know, it's like, yeah, we're gonna put a woman in charge of the Treasury, Janet Yellen. We'll have Avril Haines, who's the director of national intelligence, and we'll put a black man in charge of the Pentagon. All for what? So they can bomb women and sanction women and bomb black people. It's like no difference in policy. It's just, look, we have a diverse cabinet that's doing the exact same thing. Well done. You are literally no different than Trump. And that's not hyperbole. When I say Biden's administration is just like Donald Trump's, I mean that literally, because they've continued the same sanctions on Iran, dragging their feet. No, they still not back in the Iran nuclear deal. They've kept the same Caesar Act sanctions on Syria. The same policy against Yemen, starving Yemen, supplying Saudi Arabia with weapons. They have kept the same sanctions on Venezuela. There's no difference whatsoever. And Biden's administration even used Donald Trump's sanctions on Iran. They acted upon them to go and ban Press TV's website and 30 other news outlets. Wow, very democratic, right? Very democratic. There's no difference whatsoever. No difference. And the defense budget is even bigger. It should be called the offense budget, really. Defense is kind of, you know, kind of stretching it. So we've got 2,400 votes. I asked you, do you think sanctions on Russia are working? 93% of you said no. Chris says, Richard the Lion-Hearted. Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. Righteous Wrath says, Richard, I love you, my Syrian brother. انت من سوريا؟ أهلا وسهلا حبيبي. Seeds of Communism says all presidents are the same. They are. They are. I mean, it's again, I told you, you don't really get any difference in policy. Anyway, you guys want to laugh? Let me show you something. This is I can't believe this is real. It's real. Just please give me a second to set it up, because I wanted to talk about it and then I forgot. But it is worth talking about. You're going to laugh at this. Oh boy. Dang, where is this now? Sorry, just a moment. All right, here we go. Okay, good. Wow. Alrighty. I'm not gonna lie, I really want to take out the award again and look at it, because I opened it with you guys. I only got to look at it for a few seconds. It's okay, I'll do it afterwards though, unless you insist in the comments. But I'm ready to tell you about something that really caught my attention and made me laugh. So oh, there's a video of it too. Okay, good. So this really made me laugh. I thought it might give you a chuckle as well. Joe Biden announced that he wants to make the military more environment friendly, right? Because that's just what we need. It's not less wars or less, U.S. military bases. 800 is clearly not enough. No, it's environment friendly imperialism. So here's the headline. Hold on, I'm going to do that again. I don't think you can see it. here's the headline from the New York Post. Jet Set Biden vows climate-friendly military. Okay. So President Biden on Friday celebrated Earth Day in Seattle with a rambling speech vowing to make every vehicle in the military climate-friendly. Wow. That's great. So, you know, so now when you're stealing oil in Syria and invading other countries, at least you can do it while respecting the environment. Great job. Thank you. You've really put my mind at ease, and I'm sure everybody else in the Middle East. This is all this is the only thing we were waiting for. Thank you so much.
Found out as the President of the United States, I get to spend a lot of that money. I get to decide where, no, I'm not joking. And we're going to completely, but before, we're going to start the process. We're
One of the things I've found.
I'm going to play it again for you because I can't hear anything. Let's go, guys.
One of the things I've found out as the President of the United States, I get to spend a lot of that money. I get to decide where, no, I'm not joking. And we're going to completely, but before, we're going to start the process where every vehicle in the United States military, every vehicle is going to be climate friendly. Every vehicle. We're going to have no, I mean it. I'm an automobile buff. I have a 68 Corvette that does nothing but pollute the air, but I don't drive very much.
Brilliant. Thank you, Joe Biden. You're such a light of hope. Then underneath they say that the president, who uses large amounts of fossil fuels for regular weekend trips home to Delaware, admitted he's had a hard time practicing what he's preaching. I'm an automobile buff. I have a 68 Corvette. Yeah, okay, Joe Biden. We get how cool you are. Okay, you and Corn Pop. This is so ridiculous. You know why? Because the United States military is quite literally the world's largest polluter. Okay? Let me show you this for just as an example. This is from ScienceDaily.com. They say that the U.S. military's carbon footprint is enormous and must be confronted. The U.S. military consumes more hydrocarbons than most countries. Do you know how many U.S. military bases the Americans have around the world? Just take a guess. I'm sure most of you know if you watch my show, but take a guess. I'm just looking at the comments. You guys are saying 800. You're absolutely correct. It's over 800. So, again, this is just a short glimpse. This is just a tiny glimpse of what's going on. Do you see that? At least 750 bases in at least 80 countries. Now, I want to ask you a very simple question. Don't you think that closing down a few of those bases would not only promote peace and stability in the world, but also reduce your carbon footprint if you're really concerned about being environment friendly? No? Did that ever occur to you? No. Do you see, this is really the difference between Democrats and Republicans. It's like they both agree on imperialism. They both agree on crapping all over other countries and imposing their will on others and bullying them and subjugating them. And, this is essentially neocolonialism. They both agree on that. They just disagree on how to do it, right? And why to do it. So neoconservatives, they want to, they want to push U.S. imperialism because they think that they are the good guys and everybody else is the bad guy. And they have a moral obligation to fight evil, which, coming from people like Bush is really funny. And then neoliberals, they basically just want to open up markets for themselves. They want to install so-called democracies that look like them so they can come in and take over their resources and markets. And at the end of the day, it's the same result. When people are being bombed in Syria, They don't stop to check, is that a Democrat bomb or a Republican bomb? I can't really see from here. When the US is stealing oil in Syria, Trump did it and Biden's doing it. Makes no difference. It's the same flags, it's the same equipment, it's the same people. And the same goes for the UK. Tories, Labour, there's no difference. But, you know, the idea that, we should be a bit climate friendly about it, I love it. It's so hilarious. It's like something out of The Onion, you know? And that reminds me, of course, of Elizabeth Warren. You remember she was running for president in the Democratic primary in 2020, and she said that, here, this is from The Intercept, Elizabeth Warren presses Pentagon on its planning for climate change. Oh, man. Oh, man, she's so funny. Her idea was basically like, yeah, let's, you know, just keep the wars going and keep doing your thing, keep killing civilians and, you know, attacking 19 countries at once under the AUMF. Just make it a bit climate friendly. Come on, guys, please. Just try a little bit, you know? Maybe you could put a peace symbol on the next bomb you drop. You know what this reminded me of? It's this... It's this cartoon drawing. Look what it says. It's two people being bombed by a U.S. drone, two civilians, and they say the next ones will be sent by a woman. It really makes you feel like you're part of history. That's it, man. That's really it. That's really it. Here's another one for you. You know, this is the difference between Republicans and Democrats. It's the same policies. It's the same bombs. It's just that the Democrats, they have a pride flag and a yes she can and a Black Lives Matter. You know, it's just posturing. It's just blah blah. It's hot air. They don't actually care about minorities or about people of color because they make money from killing minorities and people of color. That's their business model, right? Joe Biden's defense secretary, Lloyd Austin, is a black man. What's the point of having a black man leading the Pentagon when they're still gonna kill people in African countries and people in Arab countries? It's the same imperialism. I don't care what color the guy heading the Pentagon is, if the policies are the same. What difference does it make? There's no difference whatsoever. And then they come and they put a woman in charge of the Treasury. So it's Janet Yellen, who is the head of the Treasury. The Treasury in the United States is the body that imposes sanctions through the OFAC, so the Office of... God damn it, I knew this by heart. Office of Foreign Assets Control, yeah. So basically now, instead of, you know, having a man do it, you'll have a woman doing it. A woman starving people in Syria, you know, my cousins, for example, who they can't buy bread or they can't get fuel correctly or properly. There's no electricity because of the sanctions. People in Venezuela, people in Iran. Great. Thank God it's a woman doing it now. Wow. Big difference. So once again, you have Caesar Act sanctions that were put in place on Syria by Trump and Pompeo. Trump is gone. Biden comes in with Blinken and they keep the exact same sanctions. No difference whatsoever. So this idea that you can make the Pentagon more climate friendly is so fucking ludicrous and emblematic of how ridiculous Democrats are. They're really no different from Republicans. They're no different whatsoever. Only in rhetoric and in symbolic bullshit like this. They are the same imperialists. They're the same neoconservatives. And you can see that how Democrats are, you know, openly embracing people like Dick Cheney and Bill Kristol. They are the same war profiteers. You know, Lloyd Austin, the black man leading the Pentagon, you know, was a board member at Raytheon, arms manufacturer. He has a profit incentive to wage war. It's good for his friends. It's good for him. The conflict of interest is obscene, and it's in every domain. Right? Obama filled his cabinet with people from Wall Street, from Big Pharma. He bailed out Wall Street. He gave crooks billions of dollars. He rewarded them for destroying people's lives. There's no difference between these two parties and these two groups of people. Anything you see is decorum. It's just this appearance of bickering is purely a facade. It has no basis in reality. At the end of the day, as much as they hate Trump, again, Donald Trump gave Israel everything they wanted. He changed the U.S. position to recognize the occupied Syrian Golan Heights as Israeli, as if they're his. He did the Abraham Accords, moved the U.S. embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. Then, of course, he assassinates General Soleimani. He puts more sanctions on Iran, more sanctions on Venezuela, more sanctions on Syria. He's no different from George Bush, no different from Barack Obama. There's no difference between these people. They are just as reckless and evil and beholden to corporate interests as any other. Each guy is worse than the next, or just as bad as the other. It's the same thing. And this is very, I wouldn't say easy, but it's more apparent when you're looking at this from the outside of the US. Although, frankly speaking, I think there's no reason not to be able to see that inside the US. Like, Americans have just as much the same insight that, no matter who gets into the White House or the Senate or the House, they implement the same policies at the end of the day. And then they just come up with ridiculous posturing and tokenism like this. It doesn't really change people's lives for the better. Honestly, I think it's quite insulting. And this is why, you know what the Syrian president said 2 years ago, Bashar al-Assad? He said that he prefers Trump over other American presidents not because he's better, but because he's more honest in his intention, right? And it's so funny because the American media looked at that and they said, "Oh, you see, Bashar al-Assad is endorsing Donald Trump." No, that's not what he said. He said it's good to have a transparent enemy, because Trump, he says we're keeping the oil, we're taking the oil in Syria, and Biden will say, "Oh, we are securing the oil fields, we're modernizing them." It's the same behavior. It's just that the Republicans or Trump are not going to try and cover it up. They tell you straight up to your face, "We hate you and we want to kill you." That's the only difference. And that's exactly why I came up with this t-shirt during the election. Uncle Joe's Rainbow Coalition Death Cult. They preach diversity. They preach love for minorities. They pretend that they're more progressive and accepting and peaceful. And they're no better whatsoever. It's just diverse imperialism, right? So they want green bombs and green drones and transgender in the military and all of this, a black man leading the Pentagon. But the policies don't change. And who do those policies hurt? Who does this imperialism hurt most of all? It's people in the global south. It's people that are predominantly Muslim, black, brown, who are African. That's who it hurts. So until you stop that, I don't buy any of this. And the idea that you can fight climate change by making green bombs. No. The way you fight climate change is by reducing the number of military bases. You don't need 800 military bases across the planet. That is obscene. No wonder the United States needs so much fuel. The U.S. is the world's top oil producer, and it has so much consumption, it cannot keep up. Even though it's the number one producer, it still has to import more oil. How does that bode well for the climate? I'm really trying to understand. And then in response to what's happening in Ukraine after the sanctions on Russia's energy sector by the US and UK, the oil prices went up, and their solution is not, "Oh, maybe we should find a diplomatic settlement here and calm everything down and stop this war." No, the White House is then bragging that they are producing more oil than Donald Trump, right? The Biden administration, which is supposedly climate friendly, and you had all these hacks in the Democratic Party, like AOC saying, "Oh yeah, we're going to meet with this reconciliation," or whatever the crap it was called, committee with John Kerry, and we're going to work on a climate proposal. And like the word fracking doesn't even appear in the document. There's nothing. It's just a sellout. They sheep herded all the Bernie supporters and the leftists back into the Democratic Party and gave you nothing and gave the world nothing. And this cheap acting and tokenism, I don't buy it 1 second. I don't buy it 1 second, man. They're really funny. And I promise I did not do this segment just so I could sell you this shirt. Mona made it, but I always feel vindicated when I see headlines like this, because it's so true. It's exactly what I was talking about. We got 2,000 people watching, over 5,000 likes. It's very good. I know we've been live for about 5 hours. So if you just tuned in, please tell me where you're tuning in from. If you've been here for a few hours, tell me where you're tuning in from. And please make sure you like the video. It's very good for the algorithm. So let me just go on to hold on. This is okay. I just want to show you another thing, but before I do, you got, okay, here we go. Chicago, Qatar, Russia, in Moscow, Siberia, Australia, Minneapolis, Long Beach, California, Montreal, Miami, Pennsylvania, Belfast, Uganda. You guys are tuning in from all these places. Denmark, Holland, London, Brazil. Wow. Germany, the Wild West. I don't know what you mean, but I'm assuming in the US. Tehran, Iran. Awesome. Brisbane, Slovenia, Austin, India, Scotland, Portugal. This is, I'm not kidding, man. It's probably easier to list the countries people are not tuning in from because the list will be shorter. Again, I'm really glad we did this live stream. I'm not done just yet, but we opened the plaque together. It was very nice. I enjoyed that. I want to say thank you as well to, just a second, it's loading. Jason and Colin, thank you very much for signing up to support the show on a monthly basis on Patreon. I appreciate it very much. And we are now at 847. So we're just 3 subscribers away. We just need 3 of you guys. We got 2,000 people watching. I'm sure 3 of you would be happy to support the show for whatever you like. $10 a month, $1 a month. It's up to you. I'm going to play you a crab dance. Show them some love, guys. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch out.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انت كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have 2 number 9s. The number 9 large.
we got him.
I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
All right. Thank you guys very much. I want to talk to you about something. I don't know. I don't think most of you will be familiar with this topic, but nevertheless, it's very compelling. So, excuse me. You might have heard of this celebration or this holiday. Okay, so do you guys know what I'm talking about here? Take a look. If not, I'm going to break it down. Excuse me. I want to tell you a little bit about Quds Day. So in Arabic, Quds is Jerusalem. Okay? And after the Iranian Revolution, 1979, the Islamic Revolution in Iran, they came up with this holiday, this Quds Day, which is on the last Friday of every Ramadan. Okay, so the holy month of Ramadan on the last Friday. And this year, that's April 29th. And why am I telling you about this? I'm telling you about this because I think it's crystal clear example of double standards in the West, and many other points which I'll get to. But basically, they have these parades where they show support for the Palestinians because, you know, Jerusalem has been illegally annexed by the Israelis. But Iran's position, it's not an Arabic country, but it's a Muslim country. And the position of Arabs, you know, everywhere, Muslim, Christian, Jewish, otherwise, is that Palestine is to be liberated, right? That's why most Arab countries don't recognize Israel as a country and have no ties with it. And so the idea behind Quds Day is to show support for the Palestinians, for their cause for national liberation, not just in Jerusalem, but in all of Palestine, and of course, to oppose Zionism. And Zionism, let's be very clear, Zionism is not Judaism, because Judaism is a religion that's, you know, thousands of years old. Zionism is a political ideology that was created in Europe in the late 19th century. And the idea behind it is that there should be a Jewish homeland, and Jews from everywhere should go and claim this homeland. And, you know, that's what we have with Israel. It's a political ideology. And, you know, this idea that opposing Zionism, it means you hate Jews, this is very disingenuous. This is a lie. It's not true. Those are not the same thing, Judaism and Zionism. And so I want to show you something, because you have these parades for Quds Day, not just in Iran, but they actually spread. So it started in Iran, and it became a holiday, a celebration in places like Lebanon. Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, who's the Secretary General of Hezbollah, he gave a speech just a few hours ago to commemorate Quds Day, and, you know, he basically reinforced and reiterated the need to liberate Palestine. And of course, you even have Quds Day parades in London, in European cities, so it's not just something in the Middle East. This is a stream, I'm just picking a random one from a few days ago. In London, you can see it's a huge march in support of Palestine. And here's the funny part, because as usual, the Western mainstream press try to smear this as a hate march against Jews. I mean, not only is that a flat-out lie, because there are literally Jews participating in it, I'll show you in a second, but I feel this is so bad because it also kind of, like, when you start throwing these terms around, it denigrates things like what the Nazis did, like where they had actual marches and they perpetuated racist policies, anti-Semitic policies, and genocide against Jews. And when you're equating that, you're not only lying, but denigrating and trying to downplay the severity of what the Nazis did, just as an example, because that's the most recent and one of the biggest, you know, mechanized genocides in history. And so in Europe, and I want to show you here, this is, for example, from last year, I think, for two years ago, 2019, in London, and it's a Quds Day march, and you can see you have Orthodox Jews that are coming and participating in it. Let me show you something else, just one moment. I've got a video also from the one from a few days ago in London, the most recent one. So I'm really curious, like they claim that this is anti-Semitic, and yet you have Jews that are participating in it. That doesn't fit your narrative, really, does it? And here's the irony. Are you ready for the irony? The Israelis have their own Jerusalem Day. They have their own Jerusalem Day. And they celebrate this in May, I believe, what is it, May 28th? Yeah. And do you know what they celebrate? The Israelis, they celebrate their illegal invasion and annexation of Jerusalem, because, you know, the Israelis say we're a legitimate state. We derive our legitimacy from the UN. We're a member state. The UN recognized us. And it's the Arabs' fault they didn't accept the partition plan, which, again, I love this logic. Like, we're coming to divide up half of your house, and if you don't accept it, that's your fault and we will beat you. Why should Arabs accept that in the first place? Like, what is that? What kind of deal is that? Let me take half of your land. Like, as if Arabs haven't had enough of colonialism. But just going back to my point, you know, the Israelis say they're a legitimate state because of the UN, and yet the UN said Jerusalem is a corpus separatum. So in Latin, that means a separate body. It doesn't belong to any country, and that's what the UN has always said and planned. What do you think the Israelis did? In 1967, in the Six-Day War, they took Jerusalem, including East Jerusalem, and they took the Syrian Golan Heights, and they're still occupying them to this day. To this day. And the UN has issued multiple resolutions. The UN Security Council, for example, UN Security Council Resolution 242, where they are clearly saying that Israel must withdraw all of its troops from the occupied territories, meaning, in this case, the Golan Heights in Syria, and, of course, Jerusalem. And the Israelis have not only ignored that, so, you know, they like the UN when it serves to derive legitimacy, but then when the UN says things they don't like, they just ignore it. So the Israelis have not only ignored the calls and the legal mandates from the UN Security Council to leave what they illegally invaded, they even annexed these things, right? So they passed something called the Jerusalem Law. So this is in 1980, 1981. They annexed both Syria's Golan Heights and Jerusalem, all of Jerusalem. And this is what's so ridiculous, right? Because you have Palestinians living in Sheikh Jarrah, which is a district in East Jerusalem, that were already displaced by Israel in 1948. They already lost their homes once. And now the Israelis are trying to kick them out again so that Jewish settlers from the US, from wherever, can come and live in their place. And they have no jurisdiction there. The UN has said that the Jerusalem Law is, this is a direct quote, is null and void. It has no legal basis whatsoever. So the Israelis set up these imaginary courts to evict Palestinians so they can, you know, kick them out of their homes, and then, you know, let Jewish settlers come and move in. This guy Jacob, I'm sure you saw that viral video of a guy named Jacob from the US. He's just like, if I don't take your house, someone else will. Like, he's just so callous and brazen about stealing someone's home. It's unbelievable. My point is, though, that that's what the Israelis celebrate. They celebrate colonialism, settler colonialism, an illegal invasion, illegal annexation. And which one of these two things? So between Quds Day, which again, if I translate it, it means Jerusalem Day, but it's the Iranian pro-Palestinian celebration. Between Quds Day and Jerusalem Day, which one of those do you think is attacked in the press and in Europe? So Quds Day is calling for decolonization, to respect international law, to liberate Palestine, to give Palestinians a state, self-determination, to give them freedom. And Jerusalem Day is celebrating the illegal annexation and invasion. And which one do you think is attacked? Here's a headline from last year. This is May 2021. Berlin bans the annual Quds Day march that protests Israel. So again, you know, they try to smear it and they say, oh, it's anti-Semitic and it's a Jew-hating festival, you know, all kinds of ridiculous stuff, even though there's a clear difference between Zionism and Judaism. And there are even Jews that are participating in these marches. So nothing adds up from what they're saying, right? Between these two things, I don't think they're really comparable, because Jerusalem Day is basically, you know, some bunch of violent marches by Israelis in Palestine. Meanwhile, Quds Day it's internationally celebrated, has much bigger, much more traction, and that also shows you how most people in the world, they support Palestinian liberation and they're against Zionism. But I'll just show you very quickly, just so you can get an idea, because last year in 2021, you remember what happened in May. They were kicking the Palestinians out of Sheikh Jarrah, evicting them. They attacked the Al-Aqsa Mosque. They were doing these provocative marches, chanting death to Arabs. I mean, and then a war broke out, you know, and hundreds of Palestinians were killed. And they had all these flag marches as well, right? So I'm not just only referring to Jerusalem Day, but here, let me just show you one random video. It doesn't matter which one. This is from June, however, so I'm not sure if this is exactly Jerusalem Day, but it's taking place in Jerusalem. So this isn't the same thing, but I just wanted to show you a couple of those clips. Oh, look, from 2017. Do you see my point? Now they're saying death to Arabs, death to Arabs. It's really disgusting, you know? And then they say that the Quds Day celebration is violent. That's not violent? So, you know, opposing colonialism, supporting Palestinians, that's Jew hating. But when Israelis are saying death to Arabs and they're celebrating that they invaded Jerusalem, that's okay. I mean, it's disgusting, really, the double standard. It's really incredible to me. And of course, this is a trend that you're seeing all over. There are really severe attempts to ban Quds Day marches or celebration in the UK, just like they did in Germany. And, you know, this is part of the whole trend. It's like, let's ban Hamas, let's ban Hezbollah, let's ban Quds Day. Like any sort of expression, or BDS, even BDS, like peaceful, unarmed, you know, boycott of Israeli products. Any sort of protest, like if you engage in armed struggle, which is your right under international law when someone invades you, which they like pointing out in Ukraine, right? If you engage in that, you're a terrorist. And if you just protest, you march outside, oh, you're anti-Semitic. And if you just don't want to buy Israeli products, oh, you're anti-Semitic. There's no form of protest against Israel allowed. Any sort of expression or pro-Palestinian sentiment is deemed racist and anti-Semitic. This is obscene, right? Like, you see how the West, they leave you no avenue to resist. Nothing. From armed struggle to unarmed peaceful protest, nothing is allowed. And they will silence you and shut you up. And meanwhile, they go, you know, they're allowed to run wild and do whatever they want and kill Palestinians and take Palestinian land and Syrian land and annex it. I mean, it's crazy, right? It's crazy. It's unbelievable how they apply these brazen double standards and they think we're stupid. But this is the smear tactic, right? And I want to be very clear. This is not just confined to what's happening in the Quds Day marches. You know, anyone who opposes Israel, they come for them, man. They try to smear them, they attack them, you know. If the anti-Semitism thing doesn't work, they'll try something else. It's just to silence you. That's really what it's about. And again, it's so funny. Like, they say, oh, Israel's a democracy, the West is democratic, except if you talk about Israel. There's no free speech allowed then. You know, pro-Palestinian sentiment, no resistance. And you know what's funny to me is that they say that Palestinians or people who are supporting Palestine are anti-Semitic. Hold on a second. The definition of Semitic is a Semitic people speaking a Semitic language. So that includes Palestinians and it includes Arabs. So you're telling me that Palestinians who oppose Israel or Arabs who oppose Israel are anti themselves? This is so ridiculous. You know, they not only appropriate the land from Syria, from Palestine, but they also even try to appropriate and weaponize the ethnicity itself. I mean, look, just, you know, look this up yourself. Just type in the word Semitic. What's the definition? It's Semite, member of a people speaking any of a group of related languages, presumably derived from a common language. So, you know, the term came to include Arabs, Akkadians, Canaanites, Hebrews, some Ethiopians, and Aramean tribes. Arabs. So, you know, they basically try to take this term and weaponize it. And keep in mind, not all Israelis, but a lot of them come from Europe. You know, they are from, you know, Poland or Ukraine or wherever, or even the United States. It's from all over. You know, there's not one particular country, but a significant chunk are from Eastern Europe, right? And this is insane to me. Like, they not only colonize the Palestinian land, the Syrian land, because there are many illegal settlements in the Golan Heights, right, in Syria. But then they also try to say, like, if you oppose that and this political ideology, Zionism, that you are anti-Semitic, even though you're Semitic yourself. What on earth does this mean? What is this drivel? What is this garbage? Like, they try anything in the West to change the subject. Anything. They everything except addressing the topic. So always pay attention to that. As soon as somebody starts attacking you personally, or trying to derail the topic they've lost, because they know that they have no moral high ground, they have nothing to stand on, they have no argument, and there's no way that they can defend their position because it's an immoral position. Always pay attention to that. As soon as, and you know, it's not even a question like, okay, you have a discussion with someone and then after 20 minutes or something, you get pissed off. No. They just straight up start off with personal insults. They never even address what you're saying at all. At all. Right? And that's very interesting. That's very interesting. So again, pay attention to that, because it's not something exclusive to what I mentioned here with, you know, with Israel and so on. It's usually a neoliberal tactic as well. You know, neoconservatives use that as well. Like, you know, you say something against NATO, oh, you're a pro-Russian asset, you're a Kremlin something. They never talk about what you said. It's a typical, you know, ad hominem attack, personal attack to change the subject. And it applies very much here. And so they're trying to ban things like Quds Day, expressions of support for Palestine, as being racist, when in fact it is Zionism that's racist, because Zionism says that you should have a Jewish ethno-state and everybody else should be treated inferior. You know, the Israeli prime ministers themselves, many of them who have come and gone, they have said that, you know, there should be Arabs, but we can never give them equal rights because there are more Arabs than, or shall we say Palestinians, than there are Israelis. So if you gave Palestinians equal rights, then, well, what would happen? They're afraid because they want to remain in control. They don't actually believe in democracy or any of these things. No. Make no mistake. And of course, I've told you, for example, about the this new marriage law in Israel, where they're saying that, you know, here, we talked about this a few weeks ago, right? Basically, if you're a Palestinian and you want to marry an Israeli citizen, okay, you cannot do that. So this is the family reunification law, and it bars Palestinians with Israeli citizenship or residency from extending their legal status to spouses holding PA passports. So Israel reenacted a law late last week, this is March last month, that deprives tens of thousands of Palestinian couples and families of the basic right of being together as a family. The citizenship and entry into Israel law, which has been in effect for close to 2 decades, expired in July 2021, but it remains in practice, it remains in force. And again, it also applies to spouses from Israeli designated enemy states like Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, and Iran. Meanwhile, Jewish foreign spouses of Israeli Jews are granted Israeli citizenship automatically, while non-Jewish spouses can obtain citizenship after a maximum of 5 years. Such couples are free to live in Israel or in Israeli settlements across the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem. So do you see this is, again, another expression of the settler colony? And I know, yes, this is apartheid, obviously, but I don't like to restrict or qualify what's happening as just apartheid. It's much bigger than that, because you have to understand that Israel is a settler colonial project. It's not just apartheid, right? It's both. It's both. And you know, because you can say, okay, we have apartheid. Why do we have apartheid? What caused that? It's settler colonialism. And of course, this is just one aspect of it, right? This is only one aspect. They're openly biased and racist, and then they accuse others of being these things. It's really a projection. And when I say they, I mean, I'm talking about Israeli officials or propagandists or, you know, Western officials, because I mean they're equally defending Israel. It's really dehumanizing. Really dehumanizing. And so the fact that Iran supports Palestine so much, I think, is incredible, because Iran is basically putting some Arab leaders to shame. Truly, like for decades now. This is not. It's not just about some holiday, some march once a year. No. This goes far beyond that, of course, right? I'm not going to go into detail. I've done that a million times here, but in general, the support from Iran, material, sentimental, political, is huge. It really puts some Arab leaders to shame, truly. And I think that speaks volumes, because, you know, you would assume as Arabs and Muslims that there should be solidarity. I mean, I don't think, obviously it's not limited to that. You can still have solidarity as just as a human being, regardless what religion you are. But you understand, like, because there's a common culture and language and national identity and so on. You would assume that Saudi Arabia and the Khalij, all these Arab kingdoms in the Persian Gulf, and other Arab countries, they would have full-fledged, unfettered support for Palestine and do everything it takes to help them. And maybe it was like that for once upon a time, for a few moments, But today, right now, and for the last couple of decades, really, Iran is doing much, much, much more than Saudi Arabia, than, I don't know, Morocco, or, It's interesting, right? And I think that speaks volumes. And this has come at a great cost to the Iranians. They don't say that. They don't say that. I'm saying this. I'm just telling you that the Iranians, they stick their necks out for the Palestinians for nothing in return. There's nothing to gain from that. It's the principle that the Palestinians are oppressed, and Iran will stand with them. And they suffer a lot from that, the Iranians, because they have been sanctioned because of this, indirectly at the very least, because the US doesn't like their positions. Israel doesn't like their positions. Israel attacks them. The US attacks them. So not just sanctions, but also, with sabotage and other forms of warfare. It's one of the reasons. This is certainly one of the reasons, with no question, that the West is adversarial and Israel is adversarial to Iran. And the same can be said, honestly, of countries like Syria. Syria, it's not the only reason, of course. There are other reasons, but one reason that they have always had a problem with Syria is because Syria is has a principled stance. And so, again, even in the name, Syria's official name is the Syrian Arab Republic, right? In Arabic, we say that Syria is qalb al-arub al-nabida, so the beating heart of Arabism, right? And like that should give you an idea, like what a centerpiece, what a central role it plays in the Arab world. And one of the reasons that they have always hated Syria in Israel and the West is because Syria supports the Palestinian resistance. I think, of course, if you look in the last decades, there have been moments where, they didn't give the Palestinians the support they wanted. But I mean, generally speaking, they support the Lebanese resistance, Hezbollah. They support Yemen. Of course, the issue in Yemen is a bit more recent. But generally speaking, you always hear this, like, it's not a secret. The Israelis would say, Syria is sponsoring terrorism and all this bullshit. And, it's important because it's not easy. And obviously, Syria and Iran, they don't do this for anything in return. It's the principle. And I think it's important to understand that. And when people say that, Al-Quds is racist or some nonsense, it's not racist. It's the complete opposite. It's against colonialism. It's against racism. And the fact that it's spread so far, it's not just in Iran. It's in Lebanon. It's in Syria. It's in Palestine. It's celebrated as a holiday, as an annual commemoration in these countries. And also in Europe. That shows you that it has traction and it has meaning and substance, because the cause that it supports is genuine and worth fighting for, and completely valid and righteous. Thank you very much to Daniel for the donation on PayPal. You're very kind. I hope I didn't miss any of your other super chats on YouTube. Again, I'm rambling sometimes. So Marcin says, how do you make a nuke environment friendly? Hi from Romania. Shout out to Romania. That's a good question. I don't know. You're not going to have much of an environment if if the military lead us to a nuclear war. My goodness. They're playing with fire, honestly. Thank you very much to Claudia. She made a new updated thermometer with Biden sniffing the thermometer. So we were at 846, and now we are at 848. So we are only 2 members away from hitting the goal on Patreon. Our goal is 850. So I hope there are 2 of you out there who would like to support the show. And again, I'm very grateful for all of you supporting my work. Even if you just like the video and watch the video, that's a form of support, and I'm very grateful. Thank you. And I'll just put the QR codes up on the screen. What's very important to me, and again, I implore you, I kindly implore you, is to join on Telegram or the newsletter so we can stay in touch in case they do anything to the YouTube channel, you know, God forbid. So this is the Telegram. I'll put the link in the chat. Again, all of this is completely free. We're almost at 8,500 subscribers. That's great. When I go live, you'll get a notification, because some of you have told me that you are subscribed and you've hit the bell icon and you don't always get the notification. This way you will. And alternatively, by email. You can also, I can also send it to you by email when I go live. So I think it's very good, and you will never miss a live stream then. So yeah. I saw today Antony Blinken was, you know, we were talking about China, right? And the base in the Solomon Islands. And Blinken, I wanted to show you this. He was also, you know, basically said, oh, this is, it has us worried and raising concern and so on and so on. But again, he didn't say anything that I didn't already show you. Thank you very much to Christine for signing up on Patreon. One more person. We just need one more person to sign up, and we've hit the goal. I know we're going to do it. I know we're going to do it. And I'm going to hold off for the crab dance. I'm going to hold off. Sorry. I'm going to see if there's anything developing from... Any developing stories from this side. Let's see. No, I think we covered... You know, I think we covered mostly everything. And this is funny. You see things like, oh, the Russians are being careless or reckless at Chernobyl. Like, you know, the idea that, oh, they're going to cause a nuclear disaster. But the idea that it's okay to send Russia... sorry. Let me start again. Don't you see how hilarious this is? Like, you know, Zelensky and the West saying that Russia's being reckless at Chernobyl nuclear plant, that they're going to cause a nuclear disaster. But at the same time, NATO sending unlimited amounts of weapons, including heavy weapons, to Ukraine. That's not potentially, you know, a nuclear disaster in the making. Again, Russia has more nuclear weapons than any country. This is a very dangerous gamble. Do they know, the people in NATO, do they know at what point Russia is just going to say, you know, we've had enough, and then it escalates to a nuclear war? This is very serious. And they're more concerned about Chernobyl. Again, you should be. I'm not saying you shouldn't, but they're more concerned about the Chernobyl power plant than they are about provoking Russia into a nuclear war, into, you know, a nuclear apocalypse. I have no words. I really have no words. I'm so done. I'm so done with these people. They are. We did it, guys. We did it. 851. Thank you so much, Christine, Jared, and Sinisa. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. I'm going to play crab dance for you guys. Let's go. Thank you again.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انت كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have 2 number 9s. Number 9 large.
we got him.
I know it myself. I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Again, cheers to you guys. It's been great. It was a great live stream. I really enjoyed it. Again, I'm not saying I enjoyed the topics, but going through them with you makes us a little bit more sane, I hope. And of course, we're here to celebrate 100,000 plus subscribers. It's great. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it very much. I'm very proud of the community. I'm very proud and humbled by you guys. We got another Patreon. Thank you guys. This is who was it? Grey Wind. Grey Wind. I'm gonna play Grey Wind, another crab dance. So guys, show them some love. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line, claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انت كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have two number 9s. Number 9 large.
we got him.
I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen, and I can't get up.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Let's go. Thank you. I'm humbled. You know, tell me in the comments what you think. I was thinking of doing more Q&As. I mean, I haven't done that many in general, but from time to time we used to do them. I'd come on and do a stream, not to talk about any particular topic, but just to do a Q&A, and then of course we would end up talking about many topics. But if you're interested in me doing those again, you know, I'm open to it. And Cortez says, cheers, Richie. Here's to another 100K. Thank you very much. Thank you, Cortez. And Anna says, hello, Richard. What is your email so I can bring you on Clash and Mash podcast? Please, we need to talk about what's going on in Palestine and recent bombing of Syria and Russian-Ukraine war. Hold on, I'm putting it in the chat. So it's rmedhurst@protonmail.com. And again, please excuse my belated response. Right now, I mean, overloaded is kind of like an understatement, but that's my email, and I really appreciate it. You guys are saying Lana is saying, what is your Telegram? I'll put it up on the screen and give you the link again. It's t.me/Medhurst. Okay, so can you see that? I'll put the link in the chat. Again, I really highly recommend you guys join, because you won't get any, you won't have any worries missing a notification or something. There's something I forgot to mention. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Who is this again? Mimi is asking, what's your MySpace? Never had one. Corn Pop was a bad dude. Says the Q&A would be awesome. Paul says yes to the Q&A. Okay, great. So you guys want me to do that. Okay, cool. Denny says, why aren't you on... I am on Odyssey and Rumble. I am. Rumble.com/RichardMedhurst and Odyssey.com/RichardMedhurst. You guys asked me for a long time to make the channels there, and I did. So thank you for subscribing there. Felipe says, what do you think on the Prime Minister of Turkey visiting Uruguay and doing the Grey Wolves saying to Armenian protesters? Hold on, I'm not familiar. Give me a second, please. Man. I didn't know about that. That's really disgusting. Thank you for telling me about that. I mean, it's upsetting, but I should speak about it. Sorry, I'll just show you what I'm looking at. I don't know if you can see that on the screen. They're saying the Turkish foreign minister, his visit to Uruguay ended with controversy when he flashed the gesture of the nationalist Grey Wolves organization to demonstrators from the Armenian community in Uruguay who were marching in commemoration of the Armenian genocide. Armenian organizations in Uruguay condemned his actions. The Uruguayan foreign minister has summoned the Turkish ambassador to the ministry on Monday to explain his acts. Good. So I'll be honest, I'm not familiar with that symbol, but I can tell you what's going on. So April 24th is the day of remembrance where Armenians commemorate the Armenian genocide. Armenian genocide took place in World War I. During World War I, and the Ottomans, they massacred around 1.5 million Armenians. My grandmother's grandparents were killed in the Armenian genocide, and so on my mother's side, right? And in Syria, actually, you'll find a lot. There's a huge Armenian community, by the way, right? That's the thing that's beautiful about Syria. Syria has always opened its borders to people fleeing persecution, survivors of genocide. It did that with the Armenians, with the Kurds, with the Palestinians, and with the Iraqis, always, unconditionally. And April 24th is the day of remembrance. And basically what he's doing, he's provoking people. That's what this is. That's provocative. You know why? Because Turkey still refuses to recognize the Armenian genocide, which is obscene because, I mean, every country on earth is in agreement that this genocide took place. It's so obscene that Turkey refuses to recognize it because the term genocide, the very word genocide, was coined to describe the Armenian genocide. Can you imagine? So one of the conditions the EU has always said in order to allow Turkey to join is that it must recognize the Armenian genocide. That's one of the conditions. Now, various countries, they have passed legislation or attempted to pass legislation officially recognizing the Armenian genocide. And the Czech Senate, for example, in May 2020, they adopted a resolution unanimously to recognize the Armenian genocide. And in France, in January 2001, the parliament passed a bill recognizing the Armenian genocide. The United States, however, take a look at this. Take a look at this. This was in 2019. And they had, they were trying to adopt a resolution recognizing the Armenian genocide. And what did Ilhan Omar do? She voted present on a House resolution to formally recognize the mass killings of Armenians by Ottoman Turks as a genocide. So it passed the chamber by an overwhelming 405-11 margin. I wonder why she didn't vote for it. I really wonder why. This is her statement from her office, and she said that hold on, here we go. She said, I believe accountability for human rights violations, especially ethnic cleansing and genocide, is paramount, but accountability and recognition of genocide should not be used as cudgel in a political fight. It should be done based on academic consensus outside the push and pull of geopolitics. I don't know what she's talking about, honestly, because academically speaking, it's universally recognized that it happened. And then she says a true acknowledgement of historical crimes against humanity must include both the heinous genocides of the 20th century, along with earlier mass slaughters like the transatlantic slave trade and Native American genocide, which took the lives of hundreds of millions of indigenous people in this country. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with her. Of course, those should be recognized as well. I don't understand her excuse, though. I think it's very lame. I don't buy that. I don't buy that one bit. She's basically saying, well, other things happen, so why should we recognize this? Of course those things happen, but nah. Do you guys buy this? Honestly, tell me, do you buy that? Now, another explanation that people have offered is this. You know, they say that she has, I mean, again, I don't know how true this is. But I've heard people say that it's probably because she has a little bit of a relationship with Erdogan. You know, the Turkish leader. I don't know if that's only it. I don't know. I don't think that's the only explanation, but I definitely think that was wrong of her to do that. There's really no debate about this except inside Turkey. So when we go back to this story over here with the Turkish foreign minister provoking Armenians, that's really low. And I think it speaks volumes because basically to this day, this shows you the kind of sentiment, not everywhere in Turkey, of course, but at least in the government or some parts of the government, that either refuses to recognize the Armenian genocide or trivialize it. Like, yeah, it happened, but they deserved it. What? I think that's really, really bad and disgusting and vile. And two films that come to mind about the Armenian genocide. One of them is Ararat. That's a very famous mountain in Armenia, Ararat. And the other one was with Christian Bale. And it's called The Promise. And it's also about the Armenian genocide. I'm really glad they made that film because you don't see a lot of people talk about this, you know. And you have a huge Armenian community in the U.S. I know that most Armenians or Armenian Americans are in Los Angeles, right? Yeah. Whenever someone brings up System of a Down, that they're Armenian, like every Armenian is extremely proud of that. But yeah. I didn't know about this. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. This story about from just a few days ago. That's really vile, and especially when the visit was, you know, a day before the commemoration, right? Uruguay is the first country in the world to officially recognize the Armenian genocide. Yep. Jorge says, big Armenian community in Glendale and Los Angeles. Nice. Somebody else said Glendale. I didn't know that. Thank you. That's really cool. That's really cool. Felipe says, thank you for your info on the topic. I was not really that well informed about the Armenian genocide. It's I have other videos on the channel where I've gone much more into detail. Yeah, I mean there are, you know, it's kind of like what's happening to the Palestinians. Like, pick any Palestinian family and they have their own personal story of the oppression and the ethnic cleansing and what they've been through, what their grandfathers went or their grandmother went through. And it's the same thing with Armenians, right? Every family has passed down what's happened, and I hope to have my mother on the show. You know, I'd like to sit down and interview her, and have her tell it, you know. Cookie the artist says System of a Down are Armenian. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, there's a huge Armenian community in Iran as well, right? Indigo says Serge Tankian was born in Beirut. That's crazy. I really didn't know that. I thought that he was born in the US. That's really cool. But it really speaks to how spread out Armenians were after the genocide, right? You have some going to Syria, some to Lebanon, some to Iran, some to the US. And it's kind of sad in a way, right? Because they basically robbed all these generations of their, not just their families by massacring their families, but also robbing them, you know, uprooting them, really uprooting them, and just spreading them across the globe. It's really tragic. And of course, you can say the same about the Palestinians. There's also a huge diaspora, but you know, we're talking about the Armenian genocide here, and yeah. Arya says Anna Kasparian is an Armenian on a show called The Young Turks. Explain that one to me, man. It's funny because I think she blocked me. Whatever. Thank you, gamer and ganja for life _07. I love your username. It's so authentic. You're also, most of all, I love your comment. You're very kind. Thank you. Cookie says, as I heard, Russia is now the most sanctioned country in history. You are right. Iran held this highly uncoveted title up until February, and now it's indeed Russia. Julie says Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict. Now, I hate to say this, but for once, I don't know. For once, I don't know too much about that subject, which is a shame. However, that doesn't mean I didn't cover it, because I brought somebody else on to talk about it, Kevork, and it's on the channel. Now, again, keep in mind, this is last year. We did this on the eve of the Armenian genocide to talk about the genocide and what's happened in Azerbaijan. So go watch it. It's on the channel, and hopefully that can bring you up to speed more or less, or inform you on the background of the story. Miss Tree says that there are more than 10,000 Armenians in little old Rhode Island. Really? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Greg says Iran is 3,500 sanctions. Russia is like 9,000. I don't think it's 9,000 yet. Who knows at this rate? I think it's 5,530. And now, of course, they've added a few more. So it's in between 5,000 and 6,000. Between 5,000 and 6,000. Yeah. ZX7 says Israel is very active in Azerbaijan. You are correct. Yep. Cookie says it's over 9,000 now. Are you serious? What the hell? Even I'm surprised. Really? Is it really 9,000? I don't see anything, but the fact that I'm looking this up shows you how like this could actually be possible. I think it speaks volumes. My goodness, I don't see what the latest figure is. Oh, okay. You're talking about the bloody meme. Oh God. The correct number of sanctions on Russia is 350. Yeah, but the fact I had to look that up, I think is funny because it's like we don't know. We really don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if it actually gets to that. I'm not kidding. Al-Quds says Armenian are the best people in the world. They are in Iran. We love them. That's very kind. That's great. Well, guys, with that said, again, I'm going to nag you. I'm going to annoy you to go subscribe on Telegram so we can stay in touch, so we have a backup. It's very important. t.me/Medhurst, and the link is in the chat. And of course, there's the email newsletter. That's RichardMedhurst.substack.com. Just type in your email and hit subscribe. And this is very important because I have a way to reach you. And I can send you a notification when I go live. Because, again, you might be subscribed on YouTube and you have the bell icon ticked, but you still don't get notified. I don't know. So this is the safe route. And by the way, if you're new here, thanks for tuning in and please subscribe. You won't regret it. You'll like it very much. This is your spot for international news and US politics and Middle East and all of that stuff. And how many of you guys have the bell icon ticked? I think it shows me. I'm going to use this moment to tell you, please hit the bell icon. I hate these phrases because you hear every single YouTuber say them, but like we actually need that just to be safe. So please hit the bell icon. If you're subscribed, it's next to the subscribe button. And when you do that, it means you will get a notification when I go live or when I post a video. Let me see. I think I should say it somewhere. It will tell me how many. Let's see. So we have 16% of viewers who have the all notifications on. Well, let's change that, guys. Please make sure you hit it because I don't want you to miss any of the videos or any of the live streams. It would be a real shame. We always have a good time. And yeah, that would be great. And let me just check in case you guys sent some notes. Again, sorry if I didn't get to everybody. I try my best. Thank you to East Coast, Tony. Thank you to Tony, Yulia, and Greywind for signing up on Patreon. I'll play you a crab dance just in a second. Show them some love, guys. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead. You have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch out.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have two number 9s. Number 9 large.
we got him.
I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Why you take that? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
There we go. There we go. Amazing. We smashed the goal. And we're 8:54 now. Again, thank you guys so much. If you'd like to buy this t-shirt, again, I didn't think of plugging it, but you guys asked me in the comments. It's store.richardmedhurst.com. And this is a design that Mona made for me. And there are, of course, many other things that you can buy, t-shirts, whatever. You'll enjoy it. You'll see. And if you'd like to support the show, please consider donating monthly on Patreon if you like my work and you want me to continue doing it, because I depend on you guys as independent media. If not, you can send an independent or a one-time donation on PayPal with a question or a comment, and I'll try my best to read them. I hope I didn't miss any of them. Thank you again for all your super chats. And there's also a GoFundMe for technical upgrades. So I'm just trying to list everything before I forget. But yeah, I don't do any paid stuff. I like everything I do is free. There's no paywall. If you want to donate, thank you. If you don't want to, that's also okay. Even just liking the video or watching helps the channel. So thank you very much for that. Definitely share the links, post them on social media. When you do, put hashtag RichardMedhurst. And if you can, get your friends and family to subscribe or just watch them. Let them maybe see if they like it. And I hope you found everything I did informative and, you know, that I was able to bring you up to speed on what's happening with Ukraine and everything outside Ukraine. So, yeah, thank you so much. It was a great stream. I'm happy we got to open the award together. That was lovely. And here, let's have a final toast for now. Again, thank you guys very, very much. Here's to 100,000 subscribers, or I should say 117,000. And God willing, 1 million more and beyond. Cheers. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I'll see you soon. You're very kind. Look at all these comments. You're so kind. Thank you, Claudia. Thank you, Cortez, Eagle, Julio, Loner, Carlos. Thank you very much, guys. All right. Take care, guys. Ma'as-salame. Bye-bye.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by you know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
Excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night. The phone, make sure the kids hear work.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African American woman that's ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
R is for
Rest her soul, and although she's your mom's still alive.
S is for
Send a text to the word united.
T is for
Truth over facts.
U is for
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
V is for
I'll vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much.
W is for
Wait, you're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
X is for
Xi Jinping.
Y